You're muted, sis.
Hey, happy Thursday, sis. How are you?
Hey, how are you, sis?
Good.
Hello, everybody.
I've
Thank you.
missed you.
Oh, I missed y'all too. So yeah,
Glad you're
yesterday I
better.
had to come in and do what I had to do yesterday I was like, I pushed it, girl. I was like, look, I'm gonna get it out because let me get it together so I can be able to be on here tonight. So yeah, I missed y'all. I missed y'all last week. I was like, oh my God. But all praises, Take Heed came in for me. I thank that sister. I really do.
Yeah, we had a good time. I'm glad you are well. It was Lucius last week. That is a ever evolving process. We're still
Oh,
learning. As long as we're willing to learn, I think
yep.
that's what's most important.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't be stagnant. Learn. Always have to learn something new. You know how that go.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So tonight, how to vet 101. Hello, Dr. Steele. Skinny boy. Hello. Welcome. Hello, Mia. Welcome. We are going to, I just dropped the little info there in the chat. We're going to do a little role play in a bit. We do have some profiles, some fun profiles. Hey, Alexis. So if interested in role playing, drop your email or your IG and I can send the profile so you can choose which character you like to play and role play courting. You know, a man and a lady know each other with the goal of marriage in mind, and it should be some fun. But we are going to start. Yes, Dr. Steve.
Yes, it is. I'm so excited. I was waiting on this one.
Alexis is ready. You ready? Alexis is ready. So we're gonna start. We're gonna start off with a few questions. We love your inputs. We're all learning. We're all learning from each other. I definitely, like I always say, I'm not the expert. I have a lot to learn. So I appreciate you all. Don't be shy. This is a safe space.
Yes, it is. Nobody getting judged over here.
Mrs. O has been quite successful in vetting her wonderful king.
Yes,
So I'm sure she has a lot to contribute, a lot of gems to drop. Hello, Take
Hey,
It.
sis.
Welcome, welcome. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right, so we will start.
Hi, Melanie.
Hello, hello. So we'll start with the first question. A little sip of water.
Yeah, you gotta get it in.
Woo. All over the place the last couple of days, y'all. I'm surprised I've actually made it because sleep. I was that coma like sleep, but I
Ooh,
needed to.
comatose sleep. Oh, that's
Yes,
the best kind of sleep.
yes. Ooh. But it's been fun. It's been fun. Let's see. Okay, question number one. And like I said, this is a safe space, so don't be shy. You can come up whenever you're ready. Drop your questions in the chat. Come on up. You can,
Yeah,
on
don't be
camera
shy. The more the
preferably.
better.
If you're not prepared to be on camera, that is fine as well. We'll take it all. Let's see. Question number one. Is it possible to properly vet a potential spouse without the guidance from the appropriate gender? Is that possible? Now, before we take answers, I have to say the last few months I've been essentially asking this question throughout this different spaces I've been in, and I've been getting a no, a strong no. That essentially, if you don't have the appropriate gender to assist you in the vetting, you are, what is it? What is it? Up the paddle without a, was it up the creek without a paddle?
Up Ish Creek without a pedal.
Yeah. So I think it's crucial. It's crucial in the process, especially for us ladies, because I can't speak for for all of us, but I'm really emotional, and when I'm in it and I'm feeling you, you know
Everybody else's opinions is like non and void. But
exactly.
you know what, sis? That's why we do need that guidance from the appropriate gender. Say, for instance, a male. Men is that's why it's important for when you vetting a potential spouse is for women that have a father, utilize your father. Your father know what he's talking about. If your father not there, you have a grandfather or some male some positive male role models in your life. They would tell you like, oh, he no, go on about your business. He not this, he not that. But sometimes we hard headed. We gonna do what we want to do anyway. I'm speaking about myself because I did it. My daddy said no, and I went behind his back and was like, "You don't know what you're talking about, Dad," because I was all of my emotions. But I wish I would have listened. So that's why it's really important to have that.
Yeah, those emotions get involved in, essentially you have the blinders on and you
Mhm.
can't see clearly. And those red flags, you're like, oh, it's all right, it's not too bad. Or
Gold color glasses.
yep. 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 Yeah, me, I didn't have anyone. So I
Yeah.
was just blown in the wind. And
Wow.
it didn't end up well. I felt that it could have been far worse, but
Yeah.
I think it was bad enough.
Yeah.
Enough for me to learn. Um to be aware that I definitely need that special man that's going to help me vet my special man.
Right. We can't go by them butterflies, them quote unquote butterflies in our stomach.
Yes, the tingles and the goose pimples and goosebumps
That
or
should
other sensations,
sis,
the lust.
that should tell you right there. Nope. Exit left.
Yeah,
You ain't
yes.
got to exit left without one.
We have missed the Wife School podcast. I was blind as heck. Yes, yes,
Wow.
and often the gentlemen, they can be blind as well, but we know that there are those males out there who essentially prey on women like us who have no clue, because we're easy targets to get whatever they want. What is it, the panders, pander bears, and
Bears, the simps.
yeah, they manipulate, get what they want, and essentially throw you to
Right
the
under
side once they're finished.
Right. Like, okay, I'm done with you. That's it. That's why it's very important to vet, know where their head is at, know where your head is at first and foremost.
Yes.
Before you even start vetting, you really
Yeah.
need to know yourself first.
Yeah. And sometimes we think we know ourselves, but we really don't. We really don't. We have Lady D. Hello, Lady D. If a woman has any morals or values, she should be able to vet who she would like to spend her life with. Ideally, yes. Ideally, yes.
But
Yeah.
I have to say something too, Lady D. You right about that, but at the same time, for a woman to have morals and values, the first thing, if a sister have that, the first thing they'll do is look for spiritual guidance, find a spiritual father to talk to. That way they'll help with your vetting process. So that also helps out as well.
Yeah, you need that. You need that foundation. You need that foundation. The morals and values have to come from somewhere, somewhere, a healthy environment. And it's Dr. Steele, absolutely. But if you have somebody helping vet, excuse me, but if you have somebody helping vet someone, be careful who you choose to let help you vet. That's one of my other
That's why
questions.
with the sisters, we really need men. We can't rely on our mother. I'm just gonna be honest. I have a mother, true enough, but when I was growing up, when I needed to talk to somebody, I always talked to my dad over my mom because my mom, she has certain things that I didn't deem that was like right to me. I'm no shade to my mom, but she
Yes.
already know this because I
Mhm.
did tell her that because she would always ask me why I used to go to my dad. When I want to have conversations with my father, I had more of a a better output with my father than I did my mother. So I leaned more towards that. That's what really helped me with although I made that first mistake, that made it to where I didn't make any more mistakes after that one.
Mhm. And for me, um, I'll just say I didn't respect the choices that she had made. So I had no desire to essentially take advice from her. I'm like, you messed up. Why would I take your advice? We all mess up to some extent, but I'm like, not only have you messed up, you're still not in a good position to give advice.
Yeah,
So
but
why would I take your advice?
they can only teach us what they know,
Yeah.
and if our mothers, especially if our mothers really didn't have um, that example or anything, they really can't teach you anything. They could teach us the basics, but when it comes down to vetting, if they don't have that experience or anything, or or they didn't have that guidance, they really can't help you. They help you a little bit, but listen to your mom, but I advise you to get some counsel and with a male, and I'm not talking about no male friend because they biased. They be like, "Oh, he not this, he not that." We not talking about your male friends.
Yeah,
We
they
not
have
talking
their
about
own
your
agendas.
best friends. We not talking about your girlfriends. We not talking about your family members that every guy you get with, they talking about them. Judgmental right off rip. No, you really need for women, we need men to help us vet, um,
Mhm.
vet better because we're emotional and stuff. The men is a different ball game. I don't know how y'all. I believe y'all have,
Yeah.
but I would say this: men have a better network when it comes to that than us women do.
Yes. And they tend to be more logical.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Lady D, your mother, the person who gave you life, should teach you what to look for in a man. True. Or what not to look for.
true. But
Experience.
sometimes like I said, if they don't know how to, say for instance, it's a lot of women out here that don't even know how to vet. They had a mother. Mother showed them everything but how to vet a man. And a lot of times a lot of women sit back and watch how their mother play her role and they see their mother in a different, she doing everything against what the daughter want to do in life. So how can she teach her anything?
And then we don't know how a man thinks.
Right. Well, we don't.
So we need that perspective from a man. Absolutely. Let's see, the Wife School podcast. My mom helped me one time. She pulled me out the fire with a dusty. Ooh, you about to get burnt up, huh?
Ooh, good mama.
Yes. And in my situation, my mom was like, do your thing. Do your thing. So yeah. Young, hello. How can they know what to look when the mom is not a man? True. You need the male's perspective.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's no way. Well, I say for the most part, a woman a woman knows how a man thinks. There are tips, tricks, and things of that nature.
But it's a lot of them out there, sis, that's talking about a real man, this, that, third. You don't even know what a real man look like. Do you even know what a man is? Period. They don't even. They don't know.
Yeah,
But
they don't have that
go by,
example.
yeah, they go by social media telling them, well, this is what a real man is. Them bros don't even know what a real man is because for one, you're not a man. You have to be a man to know what a man is. We only know about ourselves.
Yeah. Moms be very biased to their daughters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Biased or just not available emotionally at all.
Yeah.
Especially when you have a child like myself who is more on the I guess defiant side. That's the nice way to put it.
Yeah, them defiant kids will get you as us as mothers. We know about that defiancy.
I can see when you can see that when your patience level and your tolerance level is already really low, and you have a defiant child, you're not going to put that much energy into it. Exactly.
Okay, and then when they come to you with it, you just sit there like,
You gotta learn
You
your
like, you
money.
can't. Why you not speaking? Well, when I told you, it went in one ear and out the other, and you still having the same problem, and that's kids for you.
And then there are the parents that essentially give orders, or I guess just tell the child what to do instead of
Showing them.
not only showing but explaining why
Yeah.
they should take certain steps, and the importance of them, of each step, is when it comes to vetting or just being in relationships. Now we're speaking more for in this episode more from courtship, for marriage, but you can apply this to whatever situation may be. Let's see here. All right. Anyone else? Now we're gonna move on to question number 2. Oh, okay, let's rock and roll. David. Hello, David. All right, let's see. Ooh, should a thorough background check be required? Which information should be investigated?
Can I go first on this one?
You may.
Yes, and yes. A background check needs to be done. Because in a society everybody is in, they getting around, they getting with, especially women. If you've noticed, a lot of them are messing with convicts and everything else. They don't even see what they're in jail for. You know what I'm saying? So I would say a background check. If he stay, I'm gonna tell y'all what I did. I'm gonna tell y'all what I did. When I did my background check, yes, I am FBI. When it comes to knowing some information, I will find out. This one guy wanted to talk long time ago. I checked to see. He told me where he stayed at. I did investigation, and you can easily do it. It's free online. Where he stayed at, who was in his home, if he had children, if he had any criminal background, criminal background. I did the whole 9 yards. But the main thing that we also have to do is get those health records. A lot of people don't investigate those health records. Not him coming to you with a piece of paper, ladies, saying this is my health. I just got checked last week, and here's the paperwork. They can easily print it up. No, go to the doctor. If we can go to you can go to a walk-in clinic and get your test done. Like those, what's those, urgent care? You can go in there and get that test done. You get a test.
Just thinking about you, Trey.
I see them. No,
Yes, that's right. Yes.
right. No, I'm sorry. No, it's a lot of people. I've been hearing horror stories of men marrying these women, and these women they not doing their due diligence on these medical records. And guess what? They end up getting herpes, and their kids get herpes too. You really need to get that checked. And and this is not no joke. This is not no joke. He didn't even know she had it. He caught it, his kids caught it, the kids had the bumps on their face, and then she gonna say something. I don't mean to laugh, but she gonna say, God wanted you to have it. So yeah, get that done. Get that done. Yeah, get it done. Because if you value yourself and your life and your children's life, please get that done because they have these STDs is running rampant.
Yes. Yes. And I believe not only the potential spouse, but the family, especially the immediate family. If they have any children, the children's parents, the baby mothers or fathers or what the case may be, check them out too.
Sis, Trey said something. You're right about that. What I mean when I say health, that the STD checks still go under health is your body. I worked in the health department. It's your body.
Check it all.
Everything. See if they got, high blood pressure, all that. That's fine. But what I'm saying is when you get a health check done, I had did health checks for people. And when they came in, they got everything, including that STD panel done.
Check it all. Check the mental check.
Oh,
sure they're not psycho, bipolar, whatever.
Be like, check they can. What medication do you take? And when you see those medications, you ain't gotta say nothing. You can easily check in your phone and do whatever, and they'll tell you exactly what those medications are for.
Young, a background check needs to be had because nowadays you have the he was she was he. They was born with both, and they pick and choose what they identify by the day of the week. Yes, that's another factor we need to involve nowadays.
You know what? They'll do that. They will do those. They will investigate a man if he's cheating, or that's the only time women will investigate a guy is when they think they cheating. You supposed to investigate them before you even get married with them. I'm not gonna say I'm not with the boyfriend girlfriend thing. But Trey, you're right. I did misspoke, but I didn't. Although what do you say? Then say you misspoke. You said what's that? Check health records, which is illegal. Not when you getting together and you getting married. It's not. They say that and they say that you have to get that done because my thing is this: why wouldn't you get that checked out and you just getting with this person? You got to think about yourself because only one going to care about you is you, not the other person.
I did
too.
I did.
Guess what? Every 6 months I was getting checked. I never had anything, and I've been married going on 11 years. So,
and I've had to be checked since then too.
My husband, and guess what? My husband know everything about my health. Everything. Everything. I don't hide nothing from my husband.
Yeah. My marriage ended a few years ago. I had to be checked afterwards.
Oh,
yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
See, Moose School. Hey, Moose School. Sex demons real.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sexually transmitted demons.
Wow. Yes, let me go back. Because we missed a couple of them. Lady D, I think morals, values, attitude, behaviors, goals. Yes. Behaviors. just habits. Like I said, not just the person, but their family too. From my experience, the family as well. The best you can. Um, let's see here.
Anissa, I'm sorry, sis, if I messed your name up. I'm so sorry. She said you cannot get the other person's health records unless they consent to it. This one, what I'm saying is,
Oh yeah,
you don't have to. I'm not saying go and do whatever. Y'all have that discussion. That's why it's a part of the vetting
do it together.
process. Y'all
Absolutely.
do everything together. Not you go behind their back on that. But other than the other stuff, like finding out if this person is married, because it's a lot of married people out here acting like they're not married. So you really need to know all that information. You need to know how many kids this man have. You need to know how many baby mamas this man have. You need to know if he put hands on the other women he had before you. Believe me, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, you have to know all of this before you even get with a person.
Move school, close them legs. Let's see, Eugene Steele. But would financial history be significant? Yes, that is very important.
Yes.
Let's see.
For both. For both. I'm not for both. Because the man need to know about the woman's debt and the woman needs to know about how much you make. Sorry, that's how it go. The men, it's not because the men not looking for women trying to see how much we're making. They want to know how much debt we have because that debt falls on him.
Lady D, they probably got married shortly after high school before getting polluted in the streets. Not right after high school. It was a few years.
Oh my God.
Hello. Oh goodness. Is it
What's up?
Catalia?
Yes.
Hello, Catalia. Oh, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing it. See here. Stay woke. She don't want to be Superwoman, but she want a Superman. She want a Superman toxic.
Right. Right.
Sorry to interrupt, ladies, but I think this vetting thing is much serious than what it is because I've seen news report what the type of crime TV whereby people are marrying men who change their so-called identity
Mm-hmm.
to pretend to be something they're not. I've seen a part where a woman who was a serial con artist marrying multiple men for their benefit, and it lead to a countrywide investigation. So I'm thinking that trade do have a point, but there need to be a way whereby people can actually protect themselves to do a thorough, unless you want to hire a private investigator to do it for them. Start pulling information to make sure the person say who they say they are. I think that's the case because in 2024, you be surprised what you find out about certain people, what they're hiding, what they pretend to be.
Right.
They have multiple family across the country and neither one know who they are. But one moment his name is John here, but in another state his name is Peter. In another state his name is, and he had multiple different records and he had too much alias. So you never know.
You know what, David? I'm sorry. It's another thing too. We really need to do background checks on people because I know everybody know of some people that's finding out that they're brother and sister, cousins, and they've been getting married. How many stories have we heard about siblings and family members marrying each other because they never met each other? We heard a lot of stories. That's what I'm saying. Investigate.
And
That is you see, I hadn't even considered that.
Yep.
God,
a lot of that going on, and I know several cases.
And come to the day with another Afro sister to help out.
Hello, Alexis. She's beautiful.
Not Afro sister.
Y'all look like twins right now. So what do you expect?
I don't know.
Alexis has the best smile ever.
Yes, she
Seriously. Alexis, we had fun. What was that last night? I'm getting my days mixed up, y'all. We had fun.
Look, we be on it. We be like tag teaming on them.
Yes, y'all. I had fun watching y'all. It was cool. It was cool.
All right, welcome, sis. Welcome. What would you like to share?
Just understanding that as far as like the background check and all that, like I had a friend and you know, because you know how we women we want to look out for our girls, you know what I'm saying? That's what it is. And this guy, and they went to school together, and somehow they got reconnected, and he was just talking all this stuff, talking about he was a what is it? I think it's a marshal. I think he said he was a state marshal. And can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, we can, sis.
Okay. Cause look, you know, I'll be doing my Amazon thing, so I got a new little mic here. I said that I tried out here. And she was, yeah, I think it was like the marshal, the state marshal or whatever. Those are the ones that can transfer between states and things like that.
Mm.
So I said, I don't know, things just weren't adding up. And I was just like, man, I didn't want to like feel like I was overstepping the boundary, but at the end of the day, like we family, and if I see you doing some stuff that's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? And I was so like, we actually, that's my friend, like that's my homie to this day, and she married now, and her husband now, me and him actually share a birthday, so it's kind of funny because we be like, I tell her, I'm like, all you did was go marry your best friend. Good choice. You know what I'm saying? And so, but the one before, she was stop being friends over it because she was like, Lexus, you doing too much. And I was just like, man, I just had this feeling. I was like, but he lying. Like, I told her, like, he lying. And come to find out, he was lying. It was a whole bunch of stuff. And I was just like, and so when she started dating again, because I got married in August, I didn't go to the wedding. I was like, nah, you feel me? And so the second time around, when she was like, you know what, Lexus, how you feel? And I was like, yo, I like him. You know what I'm saying? He's cool, whatever. And then she was like, do you like him? Don't be doing that friend stuff, just saying I like him. You know how I mean? I was like, I like him. Right. You know what I'm saying? And then she was like, Lexus, no. She was like, because if you feel something this time, she said, I'm stepping back. I was like, regardless, because I ain't no, you know, love doctor, but you know, some things just don't add up. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it's so funny because I talk a lot of times like this to not just my friends, but people in, you know, period. And so one night, because he said that his car got stolen, but he didn't want to call the cops. And I was like, but he a marshal, why he don't want to call the cops if his car was stolen? Mm-hmm. And she was like, they got repoed. That's what they did. But he was like, I don't know. And when she told me I don't know, I sent her one message, and it said 1 + 1 = 2. That was it. That was enough said. I didn't need to add no adjective. She knew exactly what I was saying. But I mean, now she happy, like, and I love it for her. She happy. She got a good husband. He's awesome. He from Chicago. You know what I'm saying? So, and I call him my Midwest brother. And it's nothing like having like something because I'm the oldest out of my sisters, so she was like an older sister to me. And having that to where you know that she doing good, like, and she married now, so we don't hang out as much and things like that. But I respect it because I respect marriage. But even then, respecting it that she got a good man, you know what I'm saying, and he taking care of her. I'm gonna sit over here and I'm you. Friend, holler at me when you can. I love you, tell bro. I said I love you too. You know.
Awesome. Yeah. How it's mind-boggling the extent what people will go through to manipulate and to deceive. It's crazy. Like, is it that serious? Is it that serious? Trey, is it that serious? Trey, outside in the sunshine.
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to conceal. Depends on what you want people to know. There's things about me I don't want people to know. So there's certain lengths that I'm willing to go to protect it. I don't even put my real name up there. I don't want you to know it. But I do it more out of safety. The career that I had, I have children. People are crazy. They won't look up your IP addresses and shit and find out where you live at and all that silliness. And so that's why I do it. But it depends on what exactly is the person trying to hide. I know somebody was talking about private investigators. I work with a lot of private investigators. They're limited. They can only go so far.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can only go so far in their investigation. Can they do more than maybe? Yeah, I mean, there's certain things depending on how good they are, depending on how connected they are. They can get you information that maybe other PIs wouldn't be able to get. But you know, I ran a background when I was on a department. I ran a background on every woman that I went out on a date with. That included my daughter's mom, and she was a cop. And I worked with her every night, and I ran a background check on her too. And I'm glad that I did. It's a lot of DV cases, and I have a rule: if you call the police on a man, if you call one on him before, you'll call them on me. And what happens a lot of the times is when you go and read these reports, I don't know if you guys noticed. I'm gonna tell y'all a little secret. When police officers do reports, there's 2 reports. Did y'all know that?
No.
There's 2 reports.
My grandfather told me he used to be a cop.
There's a public report which gets sent out to everybody, which makes the information public. You can look it up. That report is typically very vague, doesn't really say anything, doesn't list any names. It just says, "Oh, Alexis and Trey been dating for 5 years. They got into a fight." That's it. That's all it says, right? But then there's a private report. It says that Alexis busted Trey's windows and he got mad and cut her hair. Like there's a real report that comes out. You know what I mean?
Good.
So there's 2 reports. I don't know if you guys ever do that. There's always 2 reports. Well, I got the privilege of being able to read the private reports. And some of these women, these reports I would read, I'd go, "Oh, there ain't no way in hell I'm going out on a date.
Wow.
There ain't no way in hell I'm going out on a date with her."
Give us an example, please.
I'll try to give you the best one. Let's see. Oh, okay. I got one. Yeah. So a domestic violence case, a woman had a domestic violence case. The public report just basically said that they had a verbal altercation. But what it left out is that she went down to his job and started shit at his job. And that she did, in fact, actually slap him. They were witnesses, but he didn't want to press charges.
So the men never want to press charges for some reason. I don't. Yeah. Let it be the women. They hurry up and press charges, whether you touch them or not.
Jeremy Hill show.
But the background checks is a good idea. All of that stuff is a good idea. Even the STD panels, all of that. Listen, I've said this before. We need to start these dates. Treat the date like you would treat a job interview. When you come to the job interview, you bring in all the paperwork, all your certifications, your degrees. You bring everything with you. I'm gonna need credit reports. I'm gonna need STD panels. I'm gonna need criminal background investigations. I'm gonna need it all, right? And I know that it seems crazy, but that's just the world we're in right now. I can't take you at your word, and to be quite honest, you shouldn't take me at mine. Right? You shouldn't take me at mine. You should be doing your due diligence the same way I'm doing my due diligence. When we go and go buy a car, Alicia, we check under the hood, we test drive it, make sure it ain't been in no accidents. We get the Carfax. We do a whole bunch of work. Buy a house. You hire an appraiser. You hire an inspector. You walk through the house 3 or 4 times. Right? You do all this work. But suddenly when it comes down to dating somebody, it's like, well, I ain't gotta do all of it. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I made a huge mistake with my daughter's mom. She had $80,000 worth of debt. And I didn't find out until we were living together. It's a mistake. That's not her fault. That's mine. That's my fault. I didn't do the work. I didn't do that. I didn't do the work. And I remember her sitting on the phone and she was talking to, I guess, the debt collectors or whomever, and they were asking if she lived alone. And she's like, "No, I don't live alone. I live with my boyfriend, yada yada." And they started asking her about my income.
Oh.
And I told her, I said, you better not tell them nothing about my income.
How?
Because
what they were trying to do, because you're not married.
Because they were trying to find out how much money they were doing a
Payment
like they
plan.
do a profile. They do like a profile on you to find out how much money is coming
Okay.
in and how much money is going
Oh,
out.
her
And then they make
expenses.
a determination on how much you can pay based on how much money is coming in, how much. So their thought process is, well, if you live with somebody, you got more money coming in than you have going out because you're splitting the bill. So therefore, you can pay more.
Mm.
But had I done my due diligence like I was supposed to, Alicia, I'd have never been with her.
Mm.
Because at the time, I think I had like $1,500 worth of debt, and that was because I took a vacation and I was gonna pay it. You know what I mean? I put it on a credit card because, you know, I don't use credit cards. I mean, I don't use my debit card when I go out of the country. So everything was on the credit card, but I was getting ready to pay it. So here I am with practically no debt, and she's got $80K.
Ooh, And a lot of men falling into these women too that have these degrees. They be having like over $100,000 worth of student loans. Now, when I came with my husband, my student loans was like $30,000 when I was going to nursing school. Because of what I did was I did something smart. I made sure that I was paying for my tuition myself, and I was just getting the books paid for because the books was expensive. So that way I was able to keep my debt low when it came to that. So which was good. Let me come to my husband with $100,000 worth of debt. Yeah, okay. What's not gonna happen? It's not gonna work out.
Golly.
But yeah, that's and I agree with Trey 100% on. That's why you really need to know what their debt is. They want to know how much you make, but they don't want to tell you how much they owe.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the oldest man on the planet, Mr. R. Panderson, in the audio.
Stop it.
Yeah, just straighten them out for me.
Hello, Mr. Payne. How are you?
Thank you. Nice, respectful ladies. You know, don't be like those beasts, you know, who call me Mr. Pander and all that. They call me Mr. Payne. Hello, everybody. What's going on?
Okay, Mr.
We are
Panda,
well.
the oldest stripper on the planet. Thank you.
You know what, man? Don't worry about Black Day. When I get my revenge, man, all of y'all are gonna have it, man. Don't worry about it. It's coming.
Ooh, I want to see that when it happened too. I'm gonna have front seat.
That's not very.
I have to say, Tuesday night show was crazy.
Oh,
Trey was talking about slapping onion rings and Sonic rings out of ladies, and then there was
no, hold on.
no, you didn't.
Not me.
Okay.
Not me slapping women. I said, because you got to be specific.
Let me clarify. His potential wife should she be in the presence of anyone who was to insult his manhood, she should slap the person who insulted his manhood. Slap the onion rings or the Sonic rings out of her or him. Well, her.
Thank you for cleaning that up. Okay. And I got your bail money, baby. Don't worry. I'm gonna get you right out of there. Don't even worry about it.
I got you, Trey, on that one. Yeah, right. Especially when it's a woman, because your husband can't do nothing. So guess what? It's your duty.
Oh my!
And look, and I'll be right there with the lawyer to come get you. Don't worry, we'll come get you.
That show was amazing.
Yeah, let the men deal with the men. You deal with that woman. Nobody.
The bear in the woods was there.
The bear in the woods
expressing its preferences and delicacies and which cuts of meat it prefer. Breast or glutes.
Wow, that is crazy.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I put myself on mute. Anyway, listen. A few months back, I did the 10 steps for courting and vetting a woman on this channel. The only one that I can say was out of date, and Trey was there to remind me, was about the dating. And and when Trey reminds you, you never forget about it, right? So the dating one might be old. That might be old, but the other ones I think are timeless. So I mean, just the what you call it, the Cliff Note version. and it's on this channel. The first one is you got to decide whether you're going to have a secular marriage or a non-secular marriage. Is God in your marriage at all? If you're going to be married, if you go court that woman, is she going to believe in the vows? Are you going to believe in the vows, and are you going to stick by them? And if you don't, you just want to go to the justice of peace. You can still have a strong marriage, but understand you're not doing a marriage between you, God, and country. You're just marrying the state and your wife. So I'm not going to say which one is better, but you got to kind of understand where you're coming from, both of you, because there are weddings where one or both of the people can't even say the vows. They're making up their own shit.
I agree with you, Mr. Payne. When I was telling the story when me and my husband got married, and the judge, she said the vows. The first thing, I didn't hear was the obey in there. So my husband asked her why it was took out. She said the reason why they took it out is because the women got offended. That's what God says. So why would you get offended by what God put in place? Especially
that's just one of the things. But you're right. I wouldn't even get hung up on that one just on itself. Mm-hmm. But it's almost none of the vows really matter. The first time of trouble, people are just like, let me get out of this thing. Mm-hmm. The other one I had was the physical characteristics and stuff like that. From both parties. For men, I think it's nowadays when women are playing dress up, you really don't never see what they look like. If that's important to you, if you're a woman, if I'm talking from a man's perspective, and so this is why I'm saying this. This is number 2. Let me be real quick. If your lady can't take off the weave and the makeup and the long eyelashes, so she could be herself to you, then she has some kind of issue that at some point you're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, that's a mental issue.
So that's just something that should be on the. We don't have to debate that, but the other one is her emotional characteristics. You take her to a restaurant and the food order is bad, and she's yelling at the waiter, or she flies off the hang, and I expect him to take the food back and come back without a big loogie and that shit. Are you kidding me?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's no way. So but that's the bigger issue is if she flies off the handle, embarrassing you and all that kind of stuff. Yep. You got to take that into account, because she can only hide that for so much. And a man who's like that, who flies off the handle, can only hide that for so much. So you got to be looking for those things. The other one is about dating. I'll skip that one because I don't want to get my ass kicked by Trey and shit. But the one thing I know about, to me, is timeless. If I take a woman on a date, I'm going to pay.
Right.
And the only reason why I say that's just a tradition for me. I don't know if it's just an old one, but I had a research and development budget for dating. Yes, good, Trey. I'm going to just say this piece, Trey. I'm going to move on. So if the date went bad, it was just sunk cost to me. I didn't worry about being a foodie date and all that kind of shit. The girl just never got none of my money again. So, that's me. If I go on a date, I pay. If I go on a date, I pay. I don't care about that. But I'm not taking you to what's that guy, the guy with the Salt Bay? I'm not taking you to a $500 date. You forget that shit. You go into the cheese factory and be glad that's where we're going, because that's expensive too. What's the other one? Oh, the other one, I guess.
Before you move on. Before you move on.
Uh-oh.
No, I feel like
let's address this traditional thing.
What's the
here's my issue with the traditional thing. We're asking men to be traditional, but we're not asking the women to be traditional.
No, Trey, before we go down, before we go off on that one, I don't disagree with you. I said I don't mind.
Right, but you're on a public platform.
Yeah, but the reason why I said I don't mind, if everybody else minds, that's fine. I ain't making a judgment. I'm not passing a judgment. I'm not. So the rest of you guys out there, young guys, if you don't want to give a chick no money, you go 50-50, that's fine with me. I'm just saying I don't do that.
You don't go 50-50. She pays for the first date. And I'll explain why.
Okay,
and I'll explain why. Because it sets the tone. See, if she's broke, she can't expect anything. If all she can do is Outback Steakhouse, then that's all we're going to do while we date. Because you can't do no better.
Right.
These women are asking men to do upgrades in life. I want you to upgrade me. No. you can't afford to buy a steak dinner for me, then I'm not buying you a steak dinner, because this is what you used to. You used to Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. That's where I'm taking.
Trey, we going for a bike ride.
Hey, listen. Oh, you know what? That's why. Well, come on, Trey. You got to give it to me. That's why I said, let me leave the date thing out, right? You know, because the newfangled guys, I don't. You know, they got to go through shit that I didn't have to go through. I could dig that. The other one is the sexual biorhythm. If you're really serious about a woman and she's serious about you and you want to get married, you got to go test the waters on both ends. You just do. You know, so you test the water and you want to know what her rhythm is. She needs to know what's your. Do you actually like having sex together? And not because it's transactional, because you like to do it together. You got to graduate from that transactional bullshit, right? Tit for tat. Because once you get married, and here's the one thing men never do enough. You got to tell that woman that when we get married, you're my only source of sex. So you can't be giving me none of this bullshit, right? If you want me to be faithful to you, you got to be ready to give up the box from time to time. And you ain't going to always be in the mood, but you have to trust me that I'm not going to be forcing the shit on you, right? That's one. And then two, I just say, if your lady ever uses her sex as a weapon or reward, don't marry her. Don't marry her. You know, so that's up to you guys, fellas out there. That shit, that's timeless. I don't give a shit what age we're in. So,
Elder man, I'm glad
yes,
you I got a question to ask you.
Okay.
When a woman, you Elder, you have a lot of wisdom. You've been here for over many centuries. But if a woman keeps using the excuse, "Oh, she's not in the mood," too often, what does that mean to you?
I thought I just said that, man. I mean,
I know,
if you're married and she's doing that, you have a problem that you need to correct.
Mm-hmm.
You and I think too many men who are in sexless marriages let that shit go on too long. They let that shit go on too long. You know, the I have a baby excuse and all this other shit, and the guys just, you know, tuck their tails between their legs and say, you know, there's nothing I can do. That's bullshit. You got to do something about that. Whatever. I'm not even going to get into what you have to do, but you have to do something. You just can't let some shit ride.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And too many men let this shit ride. Happy life, happy wife, whatever that shit is. You know? So the other one is
it's supposed to be happy spouse, happy house.
Well, whatever it is. Go ahead.
Well, a lot of the issue is when we're talking about vetting for guys, you have to get out of the idea that you're supposed to be chasing her. It's the opposite way around. Relationships are far more successful when the woman wants the man more than the man wants the woman.
I agree with that.
They're far more successful. So she should be wanting the sex from you. She should be telling you, I need it. Me and my ex had a code word. I don't know if you guys ever watched the show Luke Cage, but on Luke Cage, they would always say that we going for coffee.
Yeah, he's just gonna get some coffee.
On our very first date, we watched Luke Cage. We was cuddled up on the couch. She fell asleep. She drooled all over my shirt and all that. Said it's the best sleep. I'm dead serious. She fell asleep on my chest and she drooled all over my shirt. And then she said the best sleep she ever had. But we were watching Luke Cage and they were talking about coffee. So that became our thing. And every day, she's like, I'm about to go get some coffee. The coffee was a code word. Coffee was the word to let me know Slim was in the mood. She was ready, right? That has to happen more often on her end than it has to happen on the man's end. She has to want you. Otherwise, you will run into these situations where the woman doesn't want to have sex with you because she's in most cases probably just not attracted to you anymore. But you have to be in that situation where she still looks at you and she says, my man is still fine as hell, or my man is this, my man is that, and I still want him. Like Take Heat talks about all the time. Go fuck your husband. She says it all the time, right? It's because she's still attracted to her husband. So the woman has to. There's no in between on this. There's no well maybe. There's no nothing. She gotta want you to blow her back out on a regular basis. That has to happen.
Listen, no argument for me. I mean, I don't say it the way you said it, but I have said plenty of times that a man has to be sure that his woman views him as her number one choice. That's one of the things that you got to be sure of before you get married. and that includes the sex part. You know, but you know, you said it right there, Trey. And listen, like I said, I shallow held my wife a long time ago. She sees me like I was years ago. So for some reason the chick still likes me. I don't know why, but she does. And, you know, she's making me lose weight and everything, man. Just by say, I said, listen, we could turn the lights on now, so everything is cool.
You can stop it.
Okay. Wow.
So anyway, okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, so where that's concerned, often you see the dynamic where the man loses attraction for his wife because she has let herself go. Where do you men see that with the men letting themselves go?
Oh, it's the same thing. I think women probably give you a little bit more grace than you give them. I think, you know, at least that's in my case. Because my wife gave me some grace, but I was working hard, so I that was my one imbalance. But you know, I'm taking care of that now. But you know, I think men give their wives grace because those are the same. I know men do, but I think women give a little bit of grace on that, especially if she actually likes the guy and you got a good marriage. I think you have to have a lot of other things in place to get that grace. You got to have a lot of other things in grace. But, you know, it's incumbent upon both of us to stay in some reasonable shape for each other. It really is. I got to give my wife, I got to give it to my wife. You know, she stayed in much better shape than I did. So what can I say?
What's the limit of your grace, gentlemen?
Ooh,
ladies.
That's different for that's different for every man and every woman, I think. I really do think. Can we put a measure on that? Go ahead, Trey.
Now, I would say, look, my limit has nothing to do with how you actually look. My limit has to do with your mentality. If I come to you and say, "Hey, babe, look now, you're a little thick now. What's going on? What's going on here? What you depressed? Do we need to talk? You know, what's going on? You want me to go to the gym with you? You want me to work out with you?" And if your mentality is ain't nothing wrong with me, or okay, we got a huge problem. We got a big problem. Yeah. But if your mentality is, I know, babe, I just been working so much and I haven't, you know, but okay, let's go for a walk or let's do this. You're gonna get a ton of grace from me. A ton, because I'm gonna be right there working. Listen, I love to work out. I go to the gym every day. So it's nothing to me. Let's go. Let's rock. But if your mentality is one that you're stubborn and you're going to be rebellious and you don't want to keep yourself looking tight for me, you got to go. Because we say this all the time for men. We don't want y'all to change. When we met y'all, the way we saw y'all when we met y'all, and we're hoping you stay like that forever. We hope you never change. Right? It's not so much the same for women, right? Women most times bank on potential and what you could be and what you will be, right, in the future, right? But for us, when I meet you and that thing was, you know, hips and lips and curves and tight stomach, I'm like, I hope she never changes. But if you do, as long as you say to me, "Hey, babe, I know I'll let myself go. Can you help me, or will you work out with me?" Absolutely. Absolutely, I will.
Yeah, so me and the wife, we built a gym and we changed one of our daughter's rooms to a gym. So we started working out. We got like a plan to go to Vegas. So I said, listen, you know, the plan is so when we go to Vegas, we want to be able to, you know, walk around without canes and shit. So we got to get in shape. You know,
couple summer.
Yeah, so we can. Yeah. Oh, well, we ain't going in the summer. It'll be either January or February or so.
Hey, so can I say something though? I wanted to get in on the point of weight because I think it is different as far as women and men. Because think about it, unless I'm tripping, but a lot of times on like my 600-pound life, it'll be a woman and she will always have a man a lot of times, and then you'll see the men on there. Do they? It's really rare unless
they're moms.
Unless they were really small and they got married and that woman just stuck around. But I'm telling you, all the women on 600-pound life, they all got men. And I be like, and also women have to be mindful of when we talk about dating, because the father of my children, I remember, because when I met him, I was smaller than what I was, and I had 2 babies, and I breastfed both of my babies, so I lost weight, like no problem at all.
That'll do
But
it.
then, yeah, man, well, I'm telling y'all, I actually indulged when I was breastfeeding. And I'd be like, they were like, "Oh, you want some cake? Yeah, pump, 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 pump. You want some cake? Pump, 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 pump." Look, my
Melts
son,
off.
get it? Look, I'm telling you, it was all coming up. But and which I had to learn to get back, because when I stopped breastfeeding, it was, what I'm saying, like, oh, you gotta turn it down.
Yes, same happened to me. I said, whoa.
Yeah, but
That scale.
there's some men that actually, and then I also found out, like, it's a fetish thing. They have like this, it's called feeder and TV type thing. It's like a whole fetish. But some men will actually try to keep, like, if you're a woman that was, I met you looking good, and now I'm a little, and I'm like, oh, well, baby, look, I want to lose because I don't like this. First of all, I don't want to buy more clothing. And the bras and all that are higher when your titties is big. So let's try to lose this weight. But he actually told me, he was like, I don't want no small girl. And I was like, but when you met me, I was, you know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, when you met me before I had kids, like, but also looking at the girl he was with before me, she was bigger than me, and it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? So it's just a different, like, and also agreeing with, I think women to some extent give men some type of grace, like
if
in
they're married.
Texas. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know, because in Texas, well, look, it's some Texas men. If you got gold in your mouth, you got to slow down and make it. Like, some of the girls be like, they don't care if you got the belly, because some of them just have a belly and everything else be small.
They look pregnant. They laying down, they look pregnant. Come on. Come on. A man should not be jiggling more than I am.
No, remember being small. Remember Big Pun. Remember when Fat Joe was Fat Joe. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I want to say, I think there is women give men, especially if you got some money, they'll let you.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So that brings me to
tell you this, Alexis, though.
What?
They cheat on those men.
Oh yeah.
Trust me, I know. They cheat on those men.
Yeah.
And it just is what it is. Here's the thing. I was talking to a young guy when I do my mentoring on Monday, and he had made the comment that, well, women don't really care what you look like. And I said, bullshit. Yeah. Bullshit, they don't care. That's somebody lied to you. Women have eyes too. Women can see just like we can see. And when she wants to see something that is attractive to her, that makes her tingle, just like you. Yeah. So don't you. And there's a guy, I don't know if you guys saw, but there's a video that's going viral. He's sitting in the car and he's talking about how much more play he got from women when he got in shape. I don't know if you guys saw that versus when because he's a bigger guy. When he was talking, I don't know if you guys saw that, but he said he got way more play from women when he was in shape. Women can sit here and play that game all, well, it's okay. You don't have to be bullshit. No. Bullshit. Women like men who are in shape, who you ain't got to look like a bodybuilder, but if you are in shape, you look strong, you look healthy. And here's the thing, they can't help it because it's biological. Women are naturally attracted to men who look healthy because it typically means that he can provide, protect, and he probably typically has good seed. It's biological. Nothing they can do about it.
There you go. No argument there.
Eyes and noses.
Yeah. Yep. Trey hit the financial thing pretty good. I just think we don't even go out. You need to know. Everybody needs to know financial. But the one thing that has to, if you're gonna get married, though, you got to get how you're gonna share those resources. If a woman ever tells you that she's not gonna chip in and you marry her, you're a fool. You're a fool. You get no grace, no nothing. If you even, I don't care how good she looks, you can never accept a deal like that. Never. And she's got to prove that deal before you actually say, I do. you know, and a lot of stuff has to be on automatic. Like I don't want to think every month whether you put your money in the thing. It's got to be a kind of that automatic, because we live in modern times, and even in my dinosaur days, as soon as that automatic shit started to happen, that's where we went to. So that's one. We don't have to get down there. The other one is, and this is a big one, and this is for single men. If you're going to be a stepdaddy, you got to understand all the ramifications of that. Yeah, I'm not even going to make a judgment on whether you should do it or not. Everybody knows where people stand. I don't think you should, but if you do, you need to know all the ramifications of what you're actually getting into. Same thing for stepmothers. You know, just a little different thing, because the kids are usually with the women. You know, and women say they don't want a man with kids because they understand baby mama drama. And, you know, they understand it. They act like sometimes they're not the cause of that shit. But women don't want men with kids sometimes because of baby mama drama. And they'll say that. You know, so sometimes you are the baby mama drama. You know, so anyhow, that's a whole nother program.
Let me get my disclaimer out real quick. I'm looking for my baby father that's trying to heal. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for him. I'll be a great stepmom. I'm telling you. Baby, I know you went through it with her. I know you did. Come find me. All right.
Yes. There you go, Alexis.
I'm a stepdad, and I know how hard it is, and I love kids. But from my experience, I would say, brothers out there, before you become a stepdad again, or you want to become one, please find out if the dad is alive and talk with him first.
That's good.
I spoke with mine first, even though he was in the military, and we had an agreement, and that was good. But the other side seemed to be a little tricky, if I want to mention that. So I have to be careful before you become a stepdad.
Definitely be aware of the dynamic, the relationship those two have together. Because that's going to leach into the kid, and he's just going to bring all that toxicity into the household.
Yeah, so it's all good. You know, the real thing, and we can move on from this one. One thing some men will always wrestle with, that another man has access to your woman. And when I say access, if you're sharing kids, he has access. Well, I'm not saying sexual. Let's leave the sex out of it. He has access. This dude could change her mood. You know, and so you really just need to know the daggone ramifications of that. So that's another story. The other one is prenuptial agreements. If you got a lot coming into a marriage, especially men, I mean, you know, you gotta be a better steward of your legacy than to marry somebody because you guys are enamored to begin with. Because we just know all the horror stories. We don't have to go down there. You know, women are starting to get a taste of that too when they're the breadwinners, and they complain like hell. You know, Mary J. Blige could probably write a book on that shit, right? What's her name? Wendy Williams. Yeah, her man bled her dry till she's going crazy. Sickness, you know. I mean, so the point really is,
200K a month, Kelly Clarkson.
Wow.
200?
Yeah. You know, and let me tell you,
the Bachelorette, the new one.
Oh yeah, that chick from the Bachelorette. She thought she had a zaddy.
Yeah,
she's taking her ass to the cleaners.
He said, "Give me my money." He said, "Give me my money," literally.
You know, so we need young ladies to get a taste of that shit, so we can stop clapping. You know, because I have to say it. I admit it. I'm petty, man. I like to see these women get bled out, man. Bleed them dry and shit. So maybe we get some laws changed. You know, maybe so that one is there. So I think men and women, if you got a lot and you coming in with assets, you got to do something to give to protect yourself.
You should be in the same place you were before you got married.
Whatever the agreement is, and there's some steps to make sure that's cool. Yeah. And then the other one is the last one is to how many children do you want? Do you want kids? You know, sometimes people get married, they're not really clear on how many kids they want, or if they want kids, men or women. What's the one? Megan Good's first husband. He wanted a kid. He married Megan. She didn't want no kids. He waited 10 years for her.
Whoa.
And thinking she would change her mind. That's one of the biggest reasons why they got a divorce.
Oh.
But why you marry somebody who don't want no children? That's stupid. Yeah, exactly. And either way, so that's dumb. You got to get that shit out. How many kids do we want? Blah, 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 and all that. So that needs to be a real discussion. And I have a couple of things, but that's it. I went down.
Pastor, he thought he could change her mind. He's like,
Yeah.
Was that the pastor?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh boy.
Change. My thing is this: when you get into a relationship and you both talk about, especially when it comes to marriage, you really need to sit down and have that discussion. This is what I'm expecting as the man, the husband, the future husband. This is what I'm expecting from you as a wife. And a wife should be, and the future wife should be like, this is what I'm expecting. You know what I'm saying? You come to that. That's what you bring to the table mean. You both sit there and you talk like, I have this, I have that, I'll provide this, I'll provide that, and you work it out. And if it's some pros and cons, because men, especially men, they always weigh out the pros and cons. They'll do it more than we do. I'm being honest.
Thank you, Edward.
I'm just being honest. They would do it more than we do, because the reason I'm saying this is because they also have other potential women that's want to be his wife. So he gonna always be like, well, this woman does this woman does that, and he want to outweigh that. So that's how they choose their wife. A lot of times these women out here thinking that, oh, I'm the only one he dealing with. No, you're not. Never. My dad always told me this, and this was smart. Never think that you're the only woman. Be you. Do what you gotta do. Always be respectful, and that man will come. But if you want to call yourself being like, oh, I have him, this, that, and the third, and you act as if your ish don't stink, you end up fumbling the ball because you just end up fumbling the ball. So I'm just saying you really need to come out with, this is what I'm coming with. The man come out, this is what I'm coming with, and you come together. And the man see that you're not fit to be a wife, brother, don't marry her. Sister, if you find out some stuff you don't like, don't marry him. If this man want kids, you don't want kids, you marry him, you wasting his time and you wasting his years, because he could have had a family with another woman.
Mm-hmm. Golly, yes, ma'am. Especially for us women, we have that clock.
Right.
That. All right. Does anyone have anything else to add before we move on to the next question?
Yeah, record it. You're gonna have a conversation about expectations. Either record it or have them write it down. Because
nice.
People have a tendency to forget what they said 2 or 3 years ago. Give you a prime example. My daughter's mom, when we first met, I'll never forget, we went and ate at Nando's. She had never had a Peruvian chicken before. I said, I got the best place for you to go. Come on, I'm gonna take you to Nando's. We go to Nando's, we have a conversation. I said, do you want to get married? Like, do you want to be married? No. Oh, okay, cool, because I don't either. Perfect, this works. 3 years later. So I was wondering, are we ever gonna... You said you didn't want to be married.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You said you didn't want to be married. Now you change your mind? I didn't say that. The hell you didn't. You absolutely said it. Because we wouldn't even be here had you not said it.
Not said it. Oh my goodness. Woo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special queen.
Record everything she says, fellas. And the other thing too, stop having conversations over text message. She's just using it as evidence. She's gonna come back up later, okay? Record everything she says in the beginning, because I'm telling you, people have a funny way of forgetting all the shit they be saying. I'm like, how did you forget that?
Mm-hmm. And then when they say you switched up, nah.
You know what it was in the beginning, and you want to call yourself, and that's what happens when it comes to the women. I'm just gonna put it out there. Our thing is this: we get with these men. When we get with the men, and the man say, "Look, I don't want no relationship. I just want the sex, this, that, and the third." And she be like, "Okay," and then she lay up with him in hopes that her box change his mind, so she can have an exclusive relationship with him, and it don't work like that.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it will never work. It will never ever work. Listen to me, ladies. Listen to me. I've been to 30 different countries. I've dated white women, Asian women, Spanish women, black women, African women. I dated them all, okay? I have yet to ever have one put that thing on me that made me say, I gotta marry her. I gotta marry her. It has never happened.
It don't work. This shit don't work.
It would never work. You know what I noticed? The men who get married, it's never ever about the sex. The woman is quality.
Yeah.
She's quality. And in a world where quality women are scarce and sparse, that's why he's marrying her, because he's realizing I ain't gonna find this nowhere else. I got one finally. We are all in the middle of this romantic ocean with our fishing line out, waiting for something to catch on. And then when it finally catch on, we're like, oh, got one. Pull them in the boat. You don't throw them back. You just keep them in the boat. I got one. Meanwhile, the rest of us out there with our fishing pole going, come on, just one time for me, right? So it's never going to be, it ain't your beauty and it ain't your booty. It's neither one of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Queen Take Heed is in audio.
Hey,
I got some pushback, Trey. I got some pushback.
Let me dodge out of this one right now.
I got a little pushback, okay? Because my husband said I like the booty. So I don't, listen. That's how I got mine. I don't understand. I have some pushback.
That's not true, Take Heed, because you also said that he saw the potential in you.
That's true. I'm only joking.
What pushback is always
Take Heed is a great example, because I believe, based on just listening to, I'm just going by what I'm listening to what I've heard you say, Take Heed. I think your husband saw something in you that you didn't even see in yourself.
Yep.
Yes, this is
and I think
true.
I think that he looked at you and said, "Oh, this is a great woman. I just got to get it out of her." It's almost like when you coach young kids and you see all this potential. You're like, God, this kid has got amazing potential, but they don't know it yet. So I got to push them in the right direction. I may have to press them. I may have to be stern with them. I may have to discipline them. Right? It's a lot of things, but I got to pull it out of them. I think your husband saw you and said, "Oh, that's a good ass woman right there. She don't know it yet, though. She don't know it yet." But I'm gonna do what I need to do to get it out, get it up out of her. The beauty of it is, though, Take Heed, you were willing to go with it. Because a lot of women would fight against that.
Yeah, I was not though. That's why I always come and
not
tell
at first.
I wasn't at the beginning. I was somebody nightmare. I had watched something on IG, and a brother said on IG, a lot of y'all jump in and out of a relationship because you think you'll find greater on the other side. But actually, the person that you're married to is your pick. They know the good, they know the bad, they understand the ups and downs, and this is who God placed you with. But then when you turn around and say, I can find greater, and you get out here and you end up in all types of shit. So the person that you actually married to, and there was nothing wrong in the marriage, you just found something wrong. You find yourself in he was kind of basically saying that you lose the person that was designed for you when you jump out of your marriage and nothing is wrong. I.e. Tia Mowry. You know what I'm saying? I.e. Tia Mowry, you see the nonsense that's going on with her. And when you look at her and Corey, who is actually the problem? She's the problem. But everybody was saying he's the problem. And what he did, he said, let me take my time. Let me go and relax and get myself right. And yes, I'm going to cry. I lost my family, but it is what it is. But he kept Tia grounded. You see this nightmare walking we see on IG and Twitter, that's what he was saving the world from. Okay. He was saving the world. That's why I always tell people, my king took a bullet for y'all because I was somebody nightmare. Okay. Nightmare walking, damn it. Okay. Now, would I want to go back out into the world and say, oh, Take Heed could do better? Hell to the no. Hell to the no. Let me stay right here. Okay, let him take the bullet for the men. Okay, because I'm somebody problem. That's why I always say that. Because this is the only man that I have ever respected. Anybody else, I could get up in your face and curse you out and cut you too short to shit and walk away like I don't even know you no more. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, that's just my take on it. Let me shut my mouth.
Can I wanted to add on to Trey real quick. Because we're talking about vetting, and one thing that I say is very important for men and women, because when you're vetting someone, and it may take some time, because that person may be really good at acting and really good at wearing that mask. She ain't hot underneath that mask. She good. So you got to be very careful, because those people can see the potential and they'll sabotage you in a way to where, oh, ain't nobody else gonna want you now, because they done put something. Hey, if he done gave you kids, all that type of stuff, you got to watch out for that. And that's why vetting is so important, because that type of stuff that happens, a person can see the potential. Oh, look, she or he this. You know what? Let me tame that, or let me grab that and not do nothing with it, but let me just grab it and put it on the shelf.
I'm with you, Alexis. That's why I was telling a lot of people. I said, when you vetting, especially for marriage, a couple of months not gonna do. At least a year or two. Because women, we can hide it, and I'm gonna speak on women. I'm not gonna speak on the men. I'm not a man, so I'm not gonna do it. When it comes to a woman, we can hold on to that representative for a very, very, very long time. And then soon as we get you in the hooks, soon as we can sex you everything before we marry you, we could be swinging off the chandelier like Takey said. We could do all those tricks. Soon as we get married to you, guess what we do? We will hold the sex. Oh, I'm tired, and we start fishing on the bed, and the man do all the work. You really need to vet, and you
don't like them. Don't like them. Never did.
Oh, men do it too. We just call it friend zone. Men hang out in the friend zone for a decade. We do the same thing. We orbit these women for years and years and years. When the truth of the matter is that we really just want to have sex with her. But hey, I'll hang up a TV. I'll cut her grass. I'll change a tire. I'll do all these things and hope that at some point in time we gonna be together. Probably not. Probably not gonna happen.
And that's what a lot of women be banking on, because when they think they open their legs and stuff to these men, that he gonna marry me. That's not even the case, girl. You need to keep your legs closed and wait till you get married, because sex is for marriage anyway. And that's what a lot of us women get it twisted. We call ourselves getting with these men, and you sex them, whatever. You done gave them the whole cow. You done gave him the milk. Why he got to pay for the whole cow? You done gave him all your goodies. So he was like, shoot, I already had it. Why would I pay for something that you gave up for free?
This is true. And I share something else with you. My representative was at the forefront for only 6 months. She helped me out for 6 months. And then she was like, Heifer, you on your own now. I think he in love with you now. You on your own. Okay. And when the representative left, I was in trouble, honey. My whole voice and everything. He said, oh, so you've been like this all the while. Oh, I'm going to have to get you some Ackroyd in his African tone.
Wow.
Hey, Kenneth, we need you to join the panel. We need your view here, sir.
Wow. Anyone else has anything else to add? If not,
at the end of the day, the grass is greener where you water it. At the end of the day, the grass is always going to be greener where you water it. And you can go looking for greener pastures if you want to, but every woman that I've ever dealt with who went go looking for greener pastures, when I catch back up to her and I ask her, is the grass greener? They always say, shut up, Trey. Just shut up.
We know what that means.
and we know what that means. We know what that means. Because I'm that guy. I'm the I told you so guy. I will tell you. I told you not to do that. I told you. I told my ex this. Don't leave. Don't make you're making a mistake. You're making a huge mistake. And when I decided that I was done working and retiring, she said, wait, you're done? Yeah, I'm done. I said, remember when I told you was making a mistake? Remember I told you that? Remember I told you the plan? The plan was to not work forever, to not be working in our 40s. Remember that? Remember that plan? Yeah, I'm executing. Is the grass greener? Is it green? Is it green over there?
Right.
Water the grass where you're at. Work with the soil that you have. And stop being jealous. Comparison is the thief of joy. Stop being jealous and trying to get what everybody else got. A lot of people have great relationships, but they ain't got no money. They broke as hell, but they happy as hell.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You're right.
Welcome, brother. It's Akene. How are you?
Good. How about yourself?
Very well. Very well. Grateful for another day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Hey, what's up, Trick?
Going on?
Not too much.
What would you like to share, sir?
No, I'm listening to you guys talk. Yeah, you guys are speaking. I'm listening. I gotta listen here.
All right. Yeah. Well, two ears, one mouth.
2 years, 1 month.
But thank you for joining us, sir.
But if you get a woman, it's the opposite.
No comment.
No comment.
Exactly.
All right. Let's see. We will move on to the next question, David, please, and thank you. Oh, okay. How do we vet the vetter? Is it the same process as vetting your potential spouse? If we don't have a vetter, who do we turn to?
It's a problem. You got a big problem. If you don't have a vet, I'm sorry for you.
I did not have a vetter.
No, you have a vetter, but it's just that you don't want to use that vetter. You went to school, right? Did you go to school?
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yes, we.
Any of you.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you had a professor, you had a teacher, you had somebody in the school, somebody that you trusted with your academy, right? That same person you can trust him with your marriage. They might not be the best, but guess what? One thing about life is that you can't get everything from somebody. When it comes to counseling, there are things you have to get from them. So if you went to school and you're still good with your professor that really had your interest, right? And you don't have a parent. You know, some people their parents are drug addicts. Their parents are the worst of the worst. Family members are shitty. Nobody is good in the family. But there is always somebody to go to. That's one thing about this life, that God so created the world that He put everything around us. But we become selective. We want it our own way. And then it becomes a mess, because guess what? If you don't take that which God has put in front of you, you're not gonna be able to get what you want. Just like Trey do say sometimes that, hey, you're looking for your man. Your man is that guy you dated 25 years ago that you should have married when you were in your early 20s, because you wanted something different. But that something different was there, but you haven't found that something different in that person. But it's always good to vet the vetter. But it's not the same process, because your vetter is somebody that you know that has always told you the truth that you don't want to hear. So that individual knows you, knows who is good for you. And they will tell you, oh, girl, this one, you're going to run him off. This one is going to do this to you. This person is not good for you. Because when you're walking, when you're taking steps, right, there are people or somebody's always watching the steps you take. And that person is always breaking you down, analyzing you. They know what is good for you. This is what I said to people, especially women that want to vet a man that wants to be in their life. I said to them that, can you see the back of your head? You can't see the back of your head. That means you don't know you. They don't know you. But there are people that know you. They know your morals. They know everything you can do, what you can do. They know your strength. They know your capabilities. They know your weakness. Those are the ones, as long as they can tell you the truth. And don't ever get a woman to vet for you. That's a big mistake. Your home girl? Hell no.
Yeah,
Don't get
I
a woman to vet for you.
don't do
I
it.
agree.
Just like I said, don't go to a female therapist. Don't get a woman to vet for you.
You know, I agree with, I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. I agree with you. This what I was saying, as far as when it comes to that, I really believe, like I was saying for myself, the best person for me to go to was my father, because my dad, you know, I'm his first daughter. I look like his mother. I already knew anytime me and my father had any kind of conversation, whatever, whatnot, I can trust his judgment in everything. And I went and I was telling everybody I went against one of his judgments that was with my first marriage. And I went against it and I got a spiritual butt whooping for it. So if you have especially your dad, if you have I had a real close bond. My father passed not too long ago, but I had a really close bond with my father. So anything he said was bond to me, you know, because that's the one I grew up with. My dad was my first love, just the same like when it comes to the sons, their mom is their first love. It's the same kind of concept. So you really need to know the person that you want to be the, you know, to help you vet. You really have to make sure that they have your best interest in heart, because those are the ones that actually see everything that's going on. You can see one thing like straight ahead, but that better, they see everything around you, things that you can't see. They see everything in hindsight, because we just looking ahead and they just right there, like they see all the dangers coming. And they be like, look, this not a good look for you. This, that, and the third, abort ship. And we really need that.
I like what you said because that is so true. My first marriage, the red flags were there, but my first husband, he had an amazing job at Newark. And so every woman I knew liked him. And he chose me. And at the time I was 19 years old. And when I say I had the mindset that I wanted this man, I wanted this man. You know what I'm saying? And what happened was, I remember the day we were getting married. I was outside the church in the limo, and I began to talk to God in the limo. And I asked him, "Is this my husband?" And you know what? He blatantly just come out and tell me, because you know God don't tell you no mess. He just was like, "Nope, nope," just like that. And I got this beautiful white gown on. He was like, "Nope." And I remember him coming out to the limo and was like, "You taking too long. Let's go." And I was crying, like tears, you know, and everybody was looking at me. My family was like, "Oh, she's crying because she's so happy. She's tears of joy." Mind you, two sisters in my church had told me months before, go to God in prayer. I did not, because I was excited and he had a good job and I knew I was going to live well. Mind you, I'm a project kid. I done seen a lot of shit. I done lived hard. And I was so happy to be with someone who took me places and showed me things, and I had enjoyed and never had to worry about money. But guess what? When I got behind the closed door, baby, them demons was waiting for me. That's why God was telling me no. You know what I'm saying? But I can't blame the divorce just on him. I was not ready because my mouth was not correct. I didn't know anything about respecting a man or loving him. I just knew I was supposed to cook and clean and make love. And I was 19. So, you know, I was a stallion. I was, you know, doing all types of nonsense, 19. But but that does not keep a marriage. You know what I'm saying? So now when my husband, now that I've been married to close to 17 years, I went to God in prayer and talked to him way beforehand. And I didn't have a vetting process for my king. I just watched him, but I didn't know everything about him. You know what I'm saying? I just dated him, and day by day we learn new things about each other. But when I went to God in prayer and I talked to Yahweh, and he was like, "That's your husband." Now I remember saying one time on Black Man Unfiltered Network, when I was on his show, Mr. Bennett was on the show, and I was saying, "Yeah, God told me he was my husband," and Mr. Bennett said, "No, you had to clean out everything that was not right in you for marriage." You know what I'm saying? And and more than likely, he was just trying to tell me your husband talked to God. You were just getting a confirmation that this was right. But guess what? After the show, I get upstairs and my king was like, next week when you go to the show again, you're going to apologize to Mr. Bennett because I went to God and talked to him about you. And he told me you was my wife. You just got the confirmation, my dear. I was like, what? So I did not, you know what I'm saying? You see, you move too fast. But I didn't have a vetter. I guess Yahweh was the vetter. Yahweh was the vetter. But I always tell women that you got to clean out things that's not right in you, because that's how I walked into my king. If I would have still had the same mindset of my first marriage, I would not be here today saying that, oh, I'm married 17 years. You know what I'm saying? So I thank God for the change of mindset. But I'm done. I'm finished.
Thank you,
Thank you,
sis.
sis. Thank you.
But I agree with sis 100% on that, because especially because I was young with my first one too, and you know, I didn't see the red flags, but my dad knew more about that person than I did. So, and you know, he was telling, you know, we hard headed, especially we was young, we real hard headed, and you know, and before my dad even passed, I did tell him, I had to apologize to him before he passed, way beyond that. But when he was, you know, deteriorating, um, and leaving this world, I ended up, you know, apologizing to my dad again, because, you know, me and my dad was tight. That was my buddy right there. We did everything together. Anything I want, I got from my daddy. I was real spoiled, and I just apologized to him, but he told me that you know, I was in good hands now, because he really loved my husband. Now he wanted me and my husband now to be married when we was younger. I was 22 at the time and he was going on 20. And when my dad first met him, you know, I had 3 kids at the time too, y'all. And my husband had 1 son. And you know, anytime I dated anybody, I was interested in a guy, I always took him to my daddy. Always took him to my father. So when he saw him, he was like, "That's the one right there." I was like, "You sure, daddy?" I said, "But I got 3 kids though." He was like, "No, that's the one right there." My husband wanted to run away with me and the 3 kids. But you know, um I regret, and I'm gonna be honest, I actually regret not doing, you know, running away with him back then. But then again, I feel as if it wasn't the right timing, and like how many years later we end up rekindling and everything else, and it actually worked out, you know. Um I hate that it had to go through my husband had to go through 2 marriages, you know, 2 divorces, and I had to go through a divorce to get to that point. But at the end of the day, we're happy, and I actually love him, and I'm grateful that my dad actually seen him as a husband, and my dad was actually right. And I actually appreciate my father for that, you know, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of women just don't. If you have that father, you know, I don't care what kind of situation your dad had with your mom, that was their business. That was their business and their business alone. You are his seed, you are his child. You go to your father, you appreciate your father. It don't matter what he went through with your mom. If he had a good rapport with you, You always respect your father, especially his decisions. Oh, so
Yes, ma'am. There we go. Sorry about that. All right. Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. Do we have anyone else to add?
Yeah, I was gonna add something to what she just said. You see, when we talk about women bringing kids to marriage, we're not talking about women that brought kids from previous marriage. You see what I'm saying? Because sometimes some women think, oh, on this internet, on this YouTube stuff, they're gonna criticize me that, oh, I got 3 kids and then marrying another man, that I'm gonna use the man. The man is just gonna be a stepfather thing. Yes, he might be, but men have higher respect for women that bring children through a previous marriage than women. Check this out. Than women that are bringing 3 kids from 3 different daddies with no single marriage at all. You see what I'm saying? So bringing 3 kids from 3 different men is far different from bringing 3 kids from a previous marriage. But I got to tell you, I got to still say this. As a man, I've had this debate on channels before. If I was to marry a woman that have 3 kids, right? Number 1, they have to be grown kids. Number 1. Number 2, they're not going to live in my house. That's my thing. They're going to go with their daddy because they got a father. I'm not taking another man's responsibility.
Then why be with her? Just be with a woman who doesn't have kids. Then.
No. I'm just saying that if it comes to, that's my first choice. But I'm saying that I so much love her. I love her so much. I can't let her go, right? No, she ain't bringing those kids with her. The love doesn't go past.
You love her so much, and she is bringing the kids with her.
But guess what?
That's a part of the package.
It's never part of the package. It's part of American package.
When you met her, the kids were there before you got there, sir.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's part of the American package because there is no society that allows that.
What country are you in?
Okay, guess what? America is a border.
What country are you in?
America is a border. That is not.
What country are you in?
But Trey, you gotta let me talk, please, bro.
No, I'm asking you a question.
I'm in the United States.
Okay, then.
But guess what?
We do things here in America the American way.
And guess what? I will respond to that.
You don't like it, there's planes going back to Africa every day.
Guess what? And I'm glad you said that because not everybody in America practice that. Not everybody, because I've met men in America, full-blown American men, that did not allow the kids to be in that house. They said, no, your kids got to go with your husband, ex. Now you and I can.
Then they're wrong.
They're not wrong.
If you don't want to deal with a woman and her kids, then don't deal with the woman at all. Point blank, period.
It's a choice.
No.
You're not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that.
No.
I got. You know what? I gotta ask Miss O. Miss O, this question is for you.
No.
If a man so much love you,
guys like you make this shit so fucking difficult unnecessarily. If the woman has kids and you're interested in her, you are also interested in the family that she brings along with her. Now do what I tell you guys to do, and don't be a step dummy. Don't deal with the woman with kids at all. But if you are going to deal with a woman with children, you have to deal with the children too. Miss
O,
go live with your dad.
Trey, I got you.
Utterly ridiculous, bro. That's ridiculous.
Trey, I got what you said, but let me ask Mrs. O. Is it Miss O or Mrs. O?
Before you go further, let me ask you a question. What would you think about? Let me just ask you a question. You can go on.
Let me ask this lady a question so I don't forget it.
Okay, ahead, man.
Good. I'll come back to you. Mr. Payne. I'll come back to you.
Allow Akine to ask Miss O the question, then our Payne can.
So, Miss O, yes. I got to ask you this question. If your youngest is 5 and your oldest is 10, and you in love with this man, and this man is in love with you, and he said to you, I love you so much, but I want these kids to be raised with their father because I want their father's input in them. I don't want to be their father because I can never be their father. I'm their stepdad, but I want you to let their father raise
Can
these
you ask a
kids.
fair and balanced
Now,
question?
let me finish,
That
bro.
question is so
Let me
loaded, it's
finish.
unreal.
It's loaded.
unreal, bruh.
It's okay. But are you going to? You can answer it however you want to answer, Miss O. Is
You
it
didn't give
something
her
you
a
can
chance
do?
to answer it any kind of way.
I'm,
You
I'm,
loaded the
I'm giving
question.
I'm giving her the chance. I loaded it so that I don't have to revisit it again.
Right, let him
Am,
finish. Let him finish.
are you okay with that? Or you can answer however, long or short.
President Donald Trump so far. The grand finale. I would have to say that I wouldn't do that. Now when me and my husband had got married, our kids, my children were teenagers. They was all in high school. I gave all my kids this. I'm gonna tell you exactly how I did it.
Mm-hmm.
I told them like this: when me and my husband got married, you're gonna respect this man. This is my husband. This is his house. If you feel as if you want to disrespect this man, you feel as if you don't have any respect for him, then you can go to your father. But by them being that young, no, because the mother have to be there with him or whatever, and men already know if they're gonna deal with a woman that have a 5 and a 10-year-old, they already know that child is also part of the package as well. But when it comes to those teenagers, because you know you're gonna have a problem, I already put on the table before me and my husband, before the kids moved into the house with my husband together. Look, if you don't respect this man, you can go live with your father.
Well, Mrs. O, did you hear his statement though, Mrs. O? Ms. O, his statement is very clear. He said the kids got to be grown first of all, and then you don't want them in the house. You just don't want the kids around. So don't date a woman with a kid. It's
Can I ask my question though? Let me ask my question to Ekene. Let me ask you this. Based on what your premise, Ekene, here's the deal. What would you actually think about a woman who would give up her kids to be with you?
Yeah. No, ask that question one more. Ask that question one more time.
No, I'm asking you.
No, there's a background. So many things happening in the background. I think your voice. I lost I lost all your words. What did you say?
Okay. What would you think about a woman who would give up her kids to be with you?
She's not giving up her kids. That's my remember. You guys got to let me answer this. Don't interrupt. Okay, the facial expression is okay, but don't interrupt. Let me so that way you guys can get my context very clear.
Well, then make it quick because you have a habit of dragging things on.
That's my personality. So
I'm gonna cut you off when you drag it on there.
So this is what you got to understand, right, Mr. Payne? I'm not saying she's cutting off her kids. Her kids are returning to a parent. They're returning to a parent. They're not in the streets. They're returning to their father. You see what I'm saying?
Listen, okay. Let me say this. Don't you understand that there's a spiritual connect. There's a spiritual part of what you're asking a woman to do.
It's not spiritual.
No, you're just making this thing like this. Hey, you know what? If you want to be with me, tell your father, give the kids to their father for him to be the primary thing. You're discounting the fact that there's a reason why those kids are with her in the first place and not him. So you're saying you want to be my wife, you got to give those kids, whatever your connection is with them, to that other man, even though he's the father of the kids, because if you want to be
okay, good. I'm glad you corrected that. Go ahead.
But that's the point. Even with that, man, just saying, if you want to be with me, think about how selfish that just sounds. You want to be my woman, you got to sever the primary ties with your children and give them to their father.
Creating so much.
So, I'm sorry.
I would never ask a woman to do that for me. And if she said yes, I'd be more worried about that.
And our pain, if she's coming off a divorce, there may be a child custody a contract, or the judge may have told her she has to have her kids. You telling her to go against the judge's orders now, which could have her end up in prison.
But you know what? I'll share something with y'all, and I know what Ekene is trying to say. This is a cultural thing he's trying to say, because in Africa, this is what happens. When the wife and the husband divorce, right? the children go with the husband.
That's cool.
But the way his mindset is, he's taking that back home. But in America, that doesn't happen here. The children mostly end up with the mother. And this is what we see all the time in America. But in Africa, in the tradition, the children always go with the father. They don't
That's cool.
stay with the mom.
I can agree with that. I can see
But
that.
him to say that, for him to say, and he's here in America, right? So for him to say that, it's a little crazy. So women gonna look at it differently, and because I'm gonna share something with you. I'm blessed my king didn't do that to me, and I came to him as a baby mom. You know, he met me as a baby mother. So my king had to go through all the nonsense as being the stepfather. But at the end of the day, my king rose to the challenge of being a stepfather. Shout out to the men who are stepfathers, and also shout out to the women who train their children properly.
Right.
So that the man can come in and do the work. Because I did not. I
gotta say this. Because
you can cut him that break. Take heed. I will not. Are you in a car? Are you in a car Ekene right now?
I mean,
Yes,
I can't.
you are.
Go
Do
ahead.
you drive on the right side of the road in America?
There's something in Nigeria.
Okay, but
You drive on the,
are there parts in Africa where they have a left hand rule where
it-
you drive on the opposite
it's-
side? The point I'm trying to
Well,
make is that when you're in
okay.
Rome, you do as the Romans do.
Okay, good,
And the
good.
fact of the matter is that
Your
you
logic,
have
your
been
logic
able
doesn't
to
add up.
adjust. You have been able to adjust to American ways since you've been here, and you are
Guess
picking
what?
and
Your
choosing. You are picking
logic
and
does.
choosing which parts you
All
want to
right,
keep.
gentlemen, can we agree to disagree?
Yeah.
Your logic,
So we can
his
move
logic doesn't
forward.
add up.
We can be
His
talking
lo-
about this all night.
You just told a
his
woman to get
logic
rid of her
doesn't add up.
kids if she want to be with you. That's
No,
ridiculous.
your logic doesn't
Well,
add up
I'm
because the same thing happens in
glad.
America. The same thing.
Bro,
It happens here. The same thing happens here. What I just spoke about happens here.
Read Lost in Translation podcast comment.
Yeah.
And Lost is wrong on this too. You don't get with a woman and her kids. She has kids. Otherwise, don't date her. What is so hard about saying, hey, look, you're a
Absolutely.
really nice woman. However, I don't date women with kids.
That's right.
What's so difficult about that?
Hey, Trey.
Instead, what you'll try to do is you'll come in and you pull all this bullshit in the Bible, this and that, and you'll do all this and you'll break up the family because of your own personal reasons and say, well, this is how we do it in my country. No,
Hey,
you got them kids.
hey.
Them kids come along with them.
I,
You want to know why
I
I feel so
personally,
passionate about it? You want to know why I
I,
feel so passionate about it? Because I was that fucking kid. I
Yeah,
was that kid.
it's a
They
with the
came
mom.
along with my mother. And if my mother would have said, well, you know, Trey, I really like this guy, but you gotta go.
I probably wouldn't be
you gotta
alive
go to
right
your
now.
father. No. No, what you guys are saying
It's
is,
not disingenuous.
no,
I
this is
just didn't
disingenuous.
say that I went to
You
my
going
mom.
back to your father.
The fact of the matter is that
You
that's
not
not how
living.
it works. In
But
America,
guess what? I gotta tell
the kids stay with their
let
mother.
I think it's Alicia, right? Alicia, let me say this real quick because I'm going to use two scenarios that which I
Oh my
experienced.
God. Two?
I experienced as just two of them. I will wrap it into one, which I experienced back home, and I also see it here every day. I have two experiences. My first cousin, right? His mother had him, and what I think somebody had something in the background that is interfering. Whatever they have in the background is lagging. It's messing up the audio. So check this out. My cousin, right, was had by my auntie. When my auntie remarried, he returned my cousin back to his father. But my cousin would rather have my brother, cousin, my cousin's father would rather have my cousin brother stay with the mother. So the grandmother had to help in raising him. So my auntie went and married and had a successful marriage until her death. The second scenario, my best friend, the mother brought the brother into the marriage, that marriage, disaster. Disaster. The same thing I see here in America. One of the highest rate of divorce. Both of you, Miss O and I forgot her.
Alicia.
No, Miss O, and I forgot her name. The lady that is married to the Nigerian man.
Oh,
Take it. Yeah. They are in a both successful marriage that happen to be with the right man that accepted that. But vast majority of family in America that are blended have the highest rate of divorce and family calamity than any other family in the US.
Because they shouldn't have got married in the first place.
Now that's what I'm saying. That's to avoid that. This is one of the way to avoid it. Don't bring your children into the marriage. You can, but if you bring it, it's gonna be shitty. But at the end of the day, you and I always be together. Mr. Penn, hold on a minute. Trey, every time that we've discussed this is my second or third time bringing this up. I've always agreed with you that don't marry a single mom or a woman that is bringing kids. I've always agreed with you. I've said it in every podcast. People know that's why I stand. I stand with you on this. But I'm just saying that if you so much want to do it, there are women that understand that can be exception to the rule. Take it, Miso. They are too different in this. They are two different people in this. They are successful in what they've been doing. But guess what? It's like 10%. That's it. The rest of the 90% is a mess.
So I asked Ekene, how do you feel this would affect the children and their relationships with their mothers, their future ability to trust and their future relationships? Is that a concern at all?
It's a concern. It's always been a concern to me, and my concern is this. If you have kids that you're coming out from a marriage with, stay and raise those kids to the fullest of their adult. That's before they all go off to college. Before the last one go off to college, stay and raise them. Once the last one goes off to college, then remarry whoever you want to marry. But if you don't do that, if you want to bring somebody else while they're still growing up, if a father is gone for 20 years, he's never around, kids always going to be gravitated towards their dad, no matter what. Even if he was absent dad. Even if that dad were wearing shit, they will always go back.
All right. Thank you for sharing your
Give me a
opinion.
minute. 1 minute.
Okay. Move on. He's doing something.
Yeah, move on. I got to pick up this call. I'm coming.
Thank you. Welcome, JT. How are you doing?
What's up, JT? What's going on, man?
On panel, what's popping? What's going on?
Hey, JT.
All right.
Miss
All
O,
right.
Alicia,
Hey.
what's going on, y'all? How y'all doing?
Life is beautiful.
Are you shaking your head, Trey? What's going
I just
Trey, that was you. You did a great job, dear.
I don't
Thank you.
I just don't get it.
Trey,
I don't understand us as men and why we can't just say simple things. I have no problems telling a woman, listen, you are a great woman. However, I don't date women with kids.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why that's so difficult for men to say what you would, but you think that the fix to the problem is to get with this woman, develop feelings for her, develop an emotional connection with her so much so that you're going to be with her, and then tell her, oh, well, if you're going to be together, you got to send the kids to the daddy. That's ridiculous. That is utterly ridiculous. Instead of just saying, hey, look, that just don't work for me. Sorry, that just doesn't work for me.
Trey, let me say something real quick before JT.
And then to use culture, like, come on.
Trey, let me say something real quick before JT says anything. This is something that's going on in this country today. Not just African, but people from other ethnic groups that have deep with the culture. And a lot of times I'm hearing it. I try not to eavesdrop in the conversation, but it's been known that when women marry different men of different cultural background, they find it awkward adapting to the culture. But I tell people, date,
breaking up.
marry someone. Can you hear me?
There you
You're
are.
breaking up.
There you are.
I'm breaking up.
Yeah,
we
just
now.
now we got you. Go ahead.
I tell you, before you marry a person of culture, learn and understand their culture first before
Hmm.
you get in some kind of relationship, because their way of living is different from American way of living. That's where the conflict comes
Yeah,
into
they
play.
may make you get rid of your kids.
Not like that, Trey. Not like that.
No, that's what.
What do you mean not like that,
Take,
Take Heat? That's
take,
exactly what it
KJT,
exactly
is.
like
what
that.
he
That's
said.
how I see it.
No,
Take Heat. Take
no,
Heat.
no,
I
no.
get to see.
Listen.
I get to see my daughter four times a month. Four every other weekend. Let's do some quick math. I get to see my daughter 52 days out of a year. It is absolutely giving your kid up.
No,
It
Trey.
absolutely
Listen,
is.
no. Listen, don't get it twisted, Trey. Listen, I'm on your side. I agree with you. I was a baby mama and I married to a Nigerian. I understand. My king did not ask that of me. Now, what you're saying, and if he did, I would have said we're done. Yeah, I would have said that we're done. But this is the thing. What he's saying is what he would do, but what you're saying that I would tell her from the beginning, I can't marry you. That's the correct way, because I even had a brother that I cared about this man. We worked the same job. We made good money together. And this brother told me, sis, you a good woman. You so kind, you sweet, you got a good heart. He said, but you know what? I can't. He said, I would have been married you a long time ago. I would have married you a long time ago. But you don't have your son. Your son is not structured. He is not. And I don't want, I could see myself laying hands on him. He said, only why I have never done anything to your son is because we only dated and I only come over here to spend some time with you, and then I go back to my place. He said, but for me to marry you and we live under the same roof, under my roof, you know what I'm saying? I would hurt your son because he is very disrespectful. And when he said that to me, everything in my heart like broke. And you know what I did? I slim instead of me doing a correction and not, you know what I'm saying? The correction. And the boy was only about 7 or 8 at the time. Instead of me trying to do the correction, I slammed the door in this brother's face and let him walk on. But when my king said the same thing to me when we were dating, this is when I'm calling myself trying to do the correction, and the boy is a teenager. When I should have took heed to the message earlier that the boy was already acting indignant. So what I agree with you, Trey, wholeheartedly, bro. I listen, because if my king would have said that to me, I would eat while we were dating, I would have said, no, I can't, because I didn't understand it. It was till after we got married and I started seeing signs of what my eldest son was doing, and it was crazy because I remember him calling a family meeting. You know, in our house we always called a family meeting. He called a family meeting for us. We thought he was going to tell us something about something he wanted to do with the basket, with the football, or something with school. And he going to tell me and my husband, we just got married. He going to say just like this, I don't want to see no other ninja in this house but my daddy. Mind you, me and his daddy haven't been together in God knows how long.
Jesus.
And he said that to me and my king, and we're sitting here just shocked. And my king stood up to him and said to him, listen up, boy, let me share something with you. I married your mama. I married your mama. I love your mama. Your mama is a good woman. He said, your daddy is not here because he has his own family. I'm not saying your daddy don't love you or anything like that, but your daddy is not here because he has his own family. Your mama and your daddy have separate lives. And your mama loved me and she carried my last name. So whatever you trying to do, it's not going to work. Now, my king had to tell him that. And that broke my heart because I was like, I'm saying in my mind, me and your father relationship never worked out. How could you just say this now? And I understand because him being a young man, you want your father around. But I blame myself as well because there was no structure. I didn't train the boy to be respectful to my king. So that was my making. That's why I always tell women, when you get ready and you're about to marry, okay, when you are about to marry, you got to understand that the children have to show this man respect. It's not going to work if the children don't show him any respect. That's why I said that there's some factors in marrying a baby mama, okay, that you gotta be able to go through. She gotta have respect for you, and she has to have boundaries with that baby daddy. And then the children have to have respect, and there must be boundaries placed on that. I don't just say go up and just marry a baby mama. Don't do that. Okay, if that's not what you want, don't do that. Don't even tell her, okay, well, you gotta have the children go live with the father, because that's not fair either, because you're separating the children from the mama, and they need the mama too. They need both. They need the daddy and the mama. But the thing is that we shouldn't be trying to pull the child away from the mama all because she wants to be with this man. So there's a problem there, you know, that's a really big problem. So I agree with Trey, but I also agree that the children must show the soon-to-be husband respect before he become the husband. Must show respect. There must be boundaries between the baby daddy as well. And then I'm done. I'm finished.
Alicia, can I say this real quick? I know you got JT and you got new people on the panel. I'm just gonna be very quick about this. One of the reasons why I'm adamant about this, don't date women with kids, is because I dated a woman with a kid. She was fine too. Had an ass that sat up on a shelf. It was beautiful. She was great. All right. She really was. She was great. But she had a daughter. And me and her daughter, we connected, right? We watched Disney movies and we sang Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast and Moana and all that. We were kicking it, right? This is before I had my daughter, right? But our relationship didn't work out. And after it didn't work out, guess who she was asking about? Guess who she wanted to FaceTime? Guess who she would check in on me during my shift? Guess who she wanted to talk to? When we do these things and we get involved with women who have kids, you are taking a shit on that child if it doesn't work out.
Yes.
Because kids get attached. So if you know from the beginning that the children are going to be a problem, so much so that you want them to go live with their father, just don't even date her. Just don't even date her. If you're going to separate the mother and the child from the jump, don't even date her. The fact of the matter is, whether you like it or not, if you are going to date a single mom, she is bringing baggage with her, and you must deal with it. You protect and provide for her. You protect and provide for that kid. You taking the family out to go eat pizza. You paying for the pizza for that kid too. You taking the kids. You taking the family to Disneyland. You taking that kid to Disneyland too. They are a part of the family, and when you separate them, this is what causes problems. You cannot do that. Just leave them alone. Either you can deal with a single mom and her kids, or you can't. And it's okay to say, again, it's okay to say, I'm sorry, I like you, but I don't date women with children.
Absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely.
Yes. Thank you, Trey. Thank you, Trey. We want to welcome JT. JT, welcome. And Miss Moore, Real Talk.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey.
Life is beautiful every day. We're discussing vetting. We got into the topic of marrying single mothers. Well, really single mothers, and that was very interesting conversation. But we're going to get back on topic. We're going to put the next question. And it was, what role does the community play, David? What role does the community play? Should there be a rites of passage program when it comes to marriage, vetting, things of that nature? What do you all say?
True.
So you saying what role do our community play as far as like the process of vetting, helping the vet?
Yes.
Ooh, wow.
Should there be a role? Should the community have a role at all?
There should be a like how it used to be, a courting. That's what they did. That's what courting was. It was the whole family was involved with courting. Right. So we don't have that anymore. So that's why it's so hard for us to be able to vet right now, because we're trying to do it ourselves. Right. And you have women trying to pick men instead of being available for the men to pick them. You have men that's not interested in marriage right now. However, if we were to have the community play the part, it starts with who? The ones that had directly raised you. That would be the parents, specifically the father. And if the father is not available, there should be a brother, an uncle, someone that can actually do that. But there's no components that's in place right now for that courting type of event. That's why we don't have it anymore. Because when you court, guess what? That means that the reason why the family would be there is because when you do go through those obstacles, you can have a family member that can actually be able to usher you guys to stay together, not to pull you apart. You ever seen how that shit look now when you have people that are getting together and the family automatically don't like the person that you're dating? If you're a man and you have a woman in your life that you just, the women in your life, they're trying to find something to disqualify that woman with, right? The men are just silent. It's normally this thing with the women. So the part that they will play is non-existent now. Doesn't even exist. You may have, anomalies where you have family that does it, but where? So if we're talking about the community, it has to be that component of courting. But how do we do that when, everybody's lost?
Yes.
I'll end it there.
And I put this out there, and then we'll answer JT's question, and we'll come back to this one. To what extent are you all willing to play a role as being a part of that community, doing whatever work or making, addressing your strengths and your weaknesses, making any changes that you have to make to be a crucial role in that community that will help our future generation vet marriage? What role are you all willing to play? Are you all willing?
Which community?
African American community.
The ones that said that men ain't shit.
Well, we have to start somewhere.
Right. I got you, but I gotta say this, right? Half of the women don't even respect the men. Where are you gonna start?
So I'm just based off your answer, I'm gonna assume that you don't want to be a part of the community.
No. I'm gonna say something. But
Okay.
but we gotta still state the obvious. We still gotta state the obvious. We can't just come into the community today and say, can we give the men are gonna play this role? You're gonna see half of the women are gonna say, hell no, the men ain't playing no role. Right away. But what do we do? What's the solution?
Well, of course, in starting this community, you will address the problems that the current community has.
No. You can't fix it like that. The only way to fix this community is this: you got to separate the trash from the good. You see what I'm saying? Because if you want to go talk to the trash, you're going to waste your 10, 20, 40 years in your life, the whole of your lifetime, try to convince the trash that this is a good idea, and now you've lost the good. So you forget about the trash, you focus on the ones that really, really care about community. Now you start building community. You build a community out of that.
Who gets to determine what's trash and what's not?
That's another problem.
So hold on. Let me
That's another
say this
problem.
because I can speak in real time.
It's not gonna be easy, bro.
What Alicia is saying, being a part of that community, right? I have daughters that are adults. They're adults. So being a part of that community takes, for one, your children to be honest, right? They have to be open and honest when it comes down to being when they're at that dating age, right? So we don't have that. It's very few of us that do have it, right? When you're speaking, because this is what I always ask people, who are you talking to when we're saying this, right? So Trey has a kid. I have kids. Our Payne has kids, and they're all of age, right? So in real time, we can actually tell you exactly how it went with us, right? And then we can tell you where we probably failed and where we were successful at. What we do know is that it's a cesspool out there for our children. Where I went wrong was with my daughters, I wasn't heavy-handed enough on the vetting part. I wasn't heavy-handed enough to be able to speak of what they're going through right now. Because I was thinking of my own shit, right? Until I start seeing them getting older and I'm looking at what they have in front of them. I'm trying to right the wrongs, but I have a 27-year-old and a 22-year-old.
So
it's that type of shit that we talk about.
We're gonna dive deep. We're gonna dive deep into this question, but I want to answer JT's question, super chat. We're gonna come right back to it. Mm-hmm. Thank you, David. TJ, do the Fire Podcast. Them kids are already separated. They not with the mom and father. Are you saying it's okay to be separated from the father, but separated from the mom is a bridge too far? This is a real question that I would like answered.
No, nobody's saying that.
Well, I can say that everyone's situation is different, and for the most part, because like I said, everyone's situation is different. The kids are with the mom for a reason. And I'm just going to leave it at that because we all know there are other factors involved.
I won't let you get away with that. The kids are with the mom not for moral reason, it's for legal reason.
Before you go back down that road, let's just say it again. Trey said it 100 times. If you don't want to take the package deal with a woman, don't date her. Simple as that, man. Everything else is just bullshit, man. We're sitting out here making shit complicated. And it goes, let me say one more thing, and I'll tell guys, this goes to the men. If you find a single woman that has a baby and you like her, she's nice, don't play with her. Don't have sex with her. Don't do any of that stuff with her. Don't lead her down this primrose fucking path, and you ain't gonna do nothing serious with her because she's gonna catch feelings. That's what women do. And I'm an old cat. And I can tell you back then, if you go back to a woman 3 or 4 times, you own that shit. Well, she ain't inviting you back. So I mean, it's just as simple as that. It was true back then, and it's true today.
I'm a PhD.
Come on, guys. Stop hating your life.
It's true today. You're right. It's true today.
All right. So
gaslighting these chicks. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you all. Now we're gonna bring it back to the topic. We're gonna go back to our original question. Well, what role does the community play? Should there be a rites of passage program? What do you all say?
It would be nice if they had a type of rite of passage, but I'll share something with you that nobody wants to say anymore. Do you remember back in the day when children misbehaved on the block? Who was outside on the porch? Who was outside on the porch when children misbehaved back in the day?
Big Mama.
Big Mama.
In a moo-moo with the switch.
Big Mama with that moo-moo and that switch. Okay,
You got it right.
Big Mama was out there, and she had her sugar
Gut and
honey
fish.
iced tea out
You
there.
took the words from my mouth. You took it from my mouth.
So Big Mama is not out there anymore to talk to the younger
Because
ones.
Big Mama is a hoe.
Right? No.
Akene. We got one mic.
So this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted to say real quick. I'm gonna let y'all go after this one. So Big Mama is not there anymore. But check this out: her teaching is still alive, but only a small percentage of us teach her. Okay, on social media, there's only a small percentage of us teach Big Mama logic. So since Big Mama logic was not passed on like it's supposed to be in everybody's household, this is where we get all the thought culture and the, I'm shaking my ass and, hoism phase and twerking and all this other nonsense. So this is where we're getting this from. So now what I will say to everybody on this panel, everybody who is listening, you have to work on your household. The change only comes from your household. It comes from within. The community is not there. There's no one there to save you in the community. Nobody is coming to be Superman or Superwoman. You have to change your household. You have to talk to your children if you want to see change. That's all I want to say. And everybody,
mistaken. I got a question. I got a question for you. Can I ask this question?
Okay,
can I let the young lady speak?
Miss Moore hasn't been able to speak.
Okay.
Make it quick.
Yeah.
You mean me?
Akene, make it quick, Akene. Miss Moore, just a moment. Thank you, dear.
Mistaken, I got a question for you. How old was Big Mama?
Okay.
The Big Mama on the street, how old was her? Was she?
Oh, you mean back in my time?
Yes.
Yes, she would have been in her late 50s and 60s.
Maybe sometimes mid-50s, right?
Yeah, you could say.
Okay, the 55-year-old woman today, or 60-year-old woman today, does she want to be called a Big Mama?
No, she doesn't. That's why I'm saying that the logic.
How are you talking?
The logic. There's no more Big Mama. Y'all know how many times I said that.
We've addressed
There's
that.
no more. Yeah.
Thank you, Ekene.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Moore, welcome, dear. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, yes.
Signing. All right.
I just wanted to add to, I'm not sure if the lady that was speaking, what I wanted to add to that as far as, Big Mama not being, outside to get the kids in order when it's time. I think also there's a certain level of respect that's gone from children these days. Most kids don't even listen to their parents. So if you have someone else trying to enforce some type of authority, most kids are fighting back. They're fighting in schools. They're fighting anybody that is projecting authority and discipline over them to do the right thing. So we have a lot of, I don't know if y'all see them, but you see them videos where kids are literally in school fighting teachers, going back and forth with them. They have this animalistic and strong sense of like wanting to be defiant and disobedient. And we are also getting that, like she was saying, from the entertainment world, the culture that we have today and what they're emulating. But it does start at the home to lay down certain values to prevent or to help our culture become a better place than what it is now and not saturated with single moms. It starts at the home first, but there's a certain level of defiance that's in children now that they don't even listen to you. I was on the phone with a friend girl the other day, and her daughter's like 6 or 7. And my friend girl was telling her, it's time to get ready for bed. You got stuff to do. You got school or whatever it is in the morning. And the daughter got mad and said, "Get out of my face." Just straight up. I mean, she said it with some, and I almost felt like I wanted to go through the phone, but that's another story, different. That's a different story, different day. But it's just a certain level of defiance where kids don't even respect the authority in the household anymore. So I would like to know, how can we even get that instilled back into children to even want to listen to what you have to say? That's going to save their life.
Can I respond?
Oh, go ahead, sister. Then I'll respond after you.
All right, no problem. It's the parent fault. I'm sorry that we can't be sitting up here acting like it's not the parent fault. The mama is raising a monster. No, we're not doing that. Because yes, we're talking about Big Mama logic, but I just said to y'all that we have to work on the home. That's how you change things. You have to work inside the home on your own children. So that's where the change comes from. No parent is supposed to be scared of something they brought into this world. I'll be damned.
Facts, yes, ma'am.
I'm done. Oh, Miss O, you go ahead. Take it, baby. Take it.
I'll be damned.
I'm gonna finish up what Miss Takey said because I agree with her 100%.
Yes.
My thing is this: the community can't do anything because, for one, we have these ostrich ass women, and I'm gonna say it, that anytime they have some bad ass kids out there, and they don't even discipline them kids. So soon as somebody outside be out there, the community be out there like, don't do this, don't do that. First thing they be like, you can't tell my son, you can't tell my daughter what to do.
Right.
They want to fight. So why would the community even be like that? I was born in the 70s. When we had the 80s, and even take heed on anybody that was born in the era, I'm a Gen X. I'll be 50 in Sunday.
Yay,
so
happy birthday.
We had this to where if we were some badasses, we had the neighbors whooping our tail. I'm telling you right now, we got our tails whooped. And guess what? When we went home and said that such and such touched us, mama and daddy be like, good. We can't have that no more because we got these bras. They don't even whoop their own children.
Right.
I'm like this. I'm gonna put my thing out there. My kids, 3 boys, 1 girl. Imagine what I went through. All of them stair steps. Okay. I had one of my youngest sons. He used to do parkour and stuff, so he had a little bruise on him. So CPS came to my house. The first thing they asked my kids, do your mama whoop you? You know what my kids said? Yes, she do. Yes, she disciplined us. And I told my kids like this: I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do as a parent. I'd be damned if any government tell me how to raise my children. If you bad, you this, that, and the third, I'm gonna take care of you. Because I was raised with a community that they made sure that we was on the up and up. Anything we did, they hurried up and told our parents. These people now, they don't even say anything. They let the kids go around robbing the people around.
Yeah.
They don't say nothing. You got mothers out there talking about some rest in peace for their son, knowing their son just robbed somebody or killed somebody or free my son from whatever. You're not giving these kids, all you doing is pacifying these weak children. We grew up and everything, and JT even know it. We have the giant slide in Detroit.
Yeah.
They can change the whole entire things for these soft kids. Me and JT both. JT will tell you we had that metal. That stuff was hot. We was sliding down there, getting bruised and everything.
Burns and everything.
All
The
of that.
monkey bars, man, forget it.
They changed everything. Even when I see like far as what they call it, the parks, if they got the slides and stuff, now they got like some foam or any foam down there and stuff like that. Wait a minute, what happened to us getting all skinned up from the hot concrete and stuff? These kids are so weak. And then I would say it like this: these kids are weak because the parents are weak. These kids are weak because the parents are weak. Because when we grew up, we was outside until the damn street light came on.
Yeah.
These kids is in the house eating snacks all damn day long, playing on the video games. They on social media. They telling their mama where to kiss they ass and all this other stuff. I'd be damn. I'm gonna say it like this: I'd be damn if my kids ever disrespect me. They had their father, they had their stepfather, they had their grandfather, and they had a great grandfather. One of them men would have been whooping their ass. And I'm telling you right now, don't disrespect me. But we cannot, when we look at the community to help us with our families, it's not a void because I'm like, take heed. It starts in the home. The community can't do nothing if your ass won't step up and do something yourself. The community like, hey, all bets is off. You the one raising these badass kids. What you expect us to do?
Right.
They do nothing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you, sis. And I want to allow Trey to go next, but before you go, I just want to say, I do not believe that being violent towards your children teaches them anything but violence. The best way to be disciplined is through violence. That's my belief. And I want to say that I want to be Big Mama. All the good parts of Big Mama, because I can say I love my Big Mama, but Big Mama, she had a lot going on. She had a lot going on. Let's not sugarcoat it. My mother is here because Big Mama and my grandfather were married, but not to each other. So, yeah, the good parts of Big Mama. And Trey, and who's going next?
I just wanted to comment on that last part, Miss Kathleen. Well, at least for some people that I grew up with, some of us usually children are actually thankful that you disciplined them when they were younger and that you actually held them accountable, because it shows them that they cared. Now, like my other friends I was growing up with that would just be running around doing whatever they wanted to do, found it very strange that their parents didn't have that same level of concern when they were able to view how I was being parented by my parents. So, I'm 100% thankful.
I understand that, but I personally believe there are many other ways to discipline other than.
Yeah, but you know what, sis, it's not all about, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's not all about putting your hands on your children. Say, for instance, and y'all know I'm not lying, it's parents out there that's giving these kids allowances. I'd be damned if I give you allowance.
Yeah.
Because it's a roof over your head, lights is paid. I'm going to tell you exactly how I did. I'm going to tell you how I did. Now, people might not agree with me. Look at Trey.
Yeah.
You might not agree with me, but let me tell you what I did, Trey, and you're gonna be like, okay, that makes sense. When my kids was growing up, I did not give them allowance. When they did chores, I paid them for the chores. What I did was every tax time, I was deducting. If they didn't do their chores, I deducted. Say, for instance, the kitchen was $10. Say, for instance, their bedrooms was $7. By the end of the, I tallied up everything. All 4 of the kids had different money from me. I put it this way: I used to give my kids $200 to $300 every tax season, right? Some kids got 200, one got 100 because you didn't do. I was showing them, look, you can't get anything for free. When I was a kid, I worked at a store and all this other stuff. I was showing my kids the importance of work, the importance of money, and I was showing them that they cannot be entitled. The kids to this day, my oldest is 30. I got a 30, 29, 27, 26-year-old. They all working. They don't expect nobody to do anything for them because I instilled in them, you gonna have to work. Because if you look at these kids now, say for instance, Boosie kids, his daughter. His kids are spoiled because he always gave them and gave everything to them, and they end up disrespecting him because of that. You need to show these kids some kind of structure. Don't call yourself. I put it this way: I seen some people at the schools, like women, they buy their kids Jordans, this, that, third. Them some badass kids. Why would you reward bad behavior?
Right.
Can I add something to that though, real quick? Because what you just said, Miss O, that's what I was with my daughters. I never paid them for chores. But when I needed my car washed, I said, listen, you want to make some money, wash my car. Because that was extra, right?
Yeah, extra.
When my girls are 7 years apart, when one was 14, the other one was 7, I said, listen, you're going to watch your sister every so often when me and your mother go out. And I'm not paying you for that either. Right. So I didn't pay them for anything. I mean, they had to do something extra to get some kind of allowance out of me. But, those were the kind of things. But when I had the daughters, let me just talk about the discipline thing. I had girls, so I was never going to wail on the girls. And they were really best behaved. They were really well-behaved girls. I'm not saying they got it from me, but somehow it's a good compliment I had. When we went to Disney, we were sitting in the front. I had my 2 seats, and they were sitting together. And it was nothing but white kids in that thing. And they were just acting up all over the place, spoiled. And one of the stewardesses was a black woman. So when the trip was over, when we were leaving, she said, let me talk to you and your wife for a second. She said, you made me so proud. She said, all of these kids are going crazy, man. Your kids were the best behaved kids I've ever seen. I thought that was a great compliment because it was in the,
this is what I had to say too. I didn't mean to cut you off on that one, but
no, that's all right.
I had, say for instance, like all my kids, we had moved. We was in northern Michigan, okay, from Detroit. When my kids went up there to the schools, the first thing that how they have the parent teacher conference, they was expecting an older woman to show up, not me. Like a much like 60-year-old woman to show up. Now, mind you, I was in my 30s at the time. When I went there, they was looking at me like, they was like, your kids are well behaved. They say, my kids know. I even have my grandkids doing, yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I don't want to hear no what. What when a child say what, that is being disrespectful.
Yep.
That is disrespectful. I'm the parent. I show my kids love. I see you shake your head. But let me tell you, Trey, if I was to get my kids on here, I get the utmost respect because a lot of times people be like, well, you too strict on your kids. My thing is this, if my kids was to achieve anything, I will be right there with them. If they was to fall in anything, my kids would tell you, I never say downgraded them. I never made them feel less than what they what they are. I always told my sons that you're princes. When you get older, you a black man, you are considered a king. And I also tell my daughter that she is a princess. So act accordingly. A lot of people don't like that. I put this, my thing is this. A lot of people don't like the parenting style that I have, but when I look at it, my kids look at it, they well off than their cousins. Because when their mothers was their cousins' mothers was so lenient, letting them do what they wanted to do. These kids got babies, different baby daddies everywhere. My daughter don't have no baby daddy. My sons don't have a whole bunch of baby mamas. I'm just being honest. I have one that he 30. I mean, he is 29, still a virgin, don't have no girlfriend. He waiting for a wife. So obviously I did something good. But my oldest son, he have his children. My youngest son have his children, but I don't have to worry about my kids being like hoodlums and stuff going out there hitting somebody upside the head because it's something that they want. So I
was just gonna say, I think that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Really quick, and then we'll go to Trey. We'll read a super chat, and then we'll touch on everyone else's opinions.
Right.
Oh, you waiting on me to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, nah. I was just gonna agree with Miss O about as far as like your parenting style, because I feel like I have a good idea of like what you're referring to of how you discipline them. And I think certain level of discipline, when you're being less lenient on kids, it really does instill like a certain level of respect that they have for you, like across the board. Because I don't believe in soft parent. I'm not a parent at all, but I do not and would not agree with the soft parenting lifestyle. I think the more direct and stern you are with children, they learn things differently when it comes to morals and values and respect. I think it gives them a deeper foundation of authority and what you're actually trying to do for them in their life to save them down the line.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Miss Moore. So Trey's next, and then we'll to JT and then Ekene.
Trey got a lot for me right now.
Yeah, what's going on?
He ain't like nothing I said.
But it's true. I think it's true.
Come on, man. I'm gonna start with, because my daughter's mom is from Detroit. Been to Detroit a few times. And one of the reasons why our community has a problem we have is because we lack creativeness when it comes to discipline. All we know is beat the hell out of them. Just beat them.
I didn't beat
because
mine.
Why? Because that's what happened to me. And that's what happened to my mother. Right. And the cycle continues and it goes on and on and on.
Exactly.
Where the real truth is is that, and more real talk, you don't have kids yet. Let me give you a little secret. This is how you do it. You ready? I'm going to tell you the whole thing to parenting right now. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
You start when they're young.
Yes.
The moment that child understands you and you realize, oh, little motherfucker, you understand me.
Mm-hmm.
That's when your discipline starts.
And that's much younger than you think. When they're newborns.
It might be as young. Listen, my daughter knew how to suck on the nipple, how hard or not to suck on a nipple, because her mother not sternly disciplined her, but let her know like that hurts. It starts that early.
Right.
The problem is with a lot of people, a lot of black people in our community, we don't want to discipline when they're young. And we think that the perfect time to discipline is when they get older. Well, it's too late then.
Yeah.
So that's why you get the whats and the I don't have those problems. I got a 15-year-old. I don't have those problems.
Me either,
I call his name. He says, he just walk over to me. He's waiting for instruction.
Right.
I have only had to beat my son one time. And I don't do spankings because
That's
I got
amazing.
spanked. I got spanked. And it didn't work. Because what happens is you build an immunity to spankings.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? It's almost like a callus you build. It don't really hurt that much. I'll tell you right now, I'll take the spanking over punishment any day. Because that shit gonna be easy. 5-10 minutes to get my ass whooped, I'm going right back to doing what I was doing.
But I think that's more common in boys too, though, because when I was getting whooped, that thing hurt.
Well,
it ain't go away.
My point is that when you're parenting, you have to parent based on the child.
Yeah.
What works for the child? Some kids are terrified of being spanked. You can use that. Some kids are terrified of isolation. That's my daughter. She want to be the life of the party. So when she acting up, go be by yourself. Go to your room.
Right.
That'll kill her. You just see her sitting at her door at her door like, but can I come downstairs now? Because she just wants to be around everybody. You have to parent and be creative. I tell people all the time, watch the show My Wife and Kids, because he was very creative in how he disciplined his son, because his son Junior was a fuck up.
Yeah.
Now let me speak on this Big Mama thing real quick, because Big Mama's was trash. And y'all always want to talk about Big Mama thing. Big Mama's was trash. She was deceptive. She had secrets that she hid and she never told anybody. All types of shit was going on. And we're not going to sit here and act like that teenage girls wasn't getting pregnant and getting sit down south on Big Mama's watch. That was happening in real life. So Big Mama was trash too. Our problem with our community is we have a refusal to get with the time.
Yeah.
We keep wanting to go back to a time that ain't never coming back.
Right.
Y'all keep wanting to talk about the village. The problem with the village is that only thing we ever talk about with the village is beating kids.
Yeah.
I don't never hear the village talking about, oh, I took these kids to the museum. Oh, I took these kids to the aquarium and taught them about penguins. Oh, I took these kids to the zoo. Oh, I took these kids to go see a marine biologist or a scientist. I'll never hear the village talking nothing other than we beat the hell out of them kids. And then we sent them home.
Trey, I have to say this one thing. I actually agree with you on this one. But what I did was, I'm not gonna say no but, because that's gonna knock off your points. But I absolutely agree with you. When I had moved into a community and it was children there, right? The kids have always had a whole bunch of friends. So I always took them places. You know, I had a big old van. I used to have my 4 and 5 or 6 other neighborhood kids, and you do stuff. Kids will always remember that. So like I said, when we was growing up, we didn't get beat all the time because I didn't get beat like that. I was kind of a little spoiled little thing, but I used to see some kids get their butt towed up. They could just fall and trip, and the older person come out and just get that switch and start just tearing their little legs, up and send them on home. Children learn more by we can discipline our kids, we can whoop our kids, do whatever. When you telling your children don't do this, don't do that, and you doing opposite, what's that noise? And you doing opposite of that, kids not learning anything. Somebody cooking. The kids not learning anything like that. So I agree with you 100% on that, Trey. I really do.
Okay.
Here's the other part. We talk about this village. Why the village ain't never at the spelling bee? Why the
I went to the spelling bee.
Why the village ain't never at the science fair?
Right.
This village, y'all, this mysterious village we keep talking about. It was only around to help women who had a bunch of kids.
Now, Trey,
that's what this village was about.
Trey. My questions are based on creating a new village.
If we're gonna create a new village, what we need to establish is a baseline of what is exactly we are trying to achieve here.
Mm-hmm.
What are we after here? Because I truly believe that the Black community is so mixed up that we don't know what are we trying to achieve here. If you want to be a part of my village, we're not going to basketball and football games because that's not what we're pushing. But if there is a debate in town, I expect to see every one of y'all motherfuckers there, encouraging proper education. But if Lil Tariq got a chance to go for 45 tonight, everybody there?
Mm-hmm.
Mental health first.
Our priorities
Everything
are
else
jacked
will
up.
follow.
Our priorities in this community are jacked up, which is why all we can talk about is getting the switch and beating them kids. That's all we want to do is beat the kids. You know how many homes, Alicia, I went into every night as a police officer, and them kids was getting their ass kicked.
Dang.
And they were still out here selling drugs, robbing people, gun toting, skipping school. They were still doing it. And their dad would be in there, whooping their ass.
So I asked Trey.
I would see him the next day right on the corner selling drugs.
So I asked Trey, would you be willing to be a part of this new community?
I'm already a part of it. Every Monday, I sit down with Black boys from the ages of 8 to 18 and teach them about the stock market. You talked about allowances, Mrs. O. I don't do allowances. Let me tell you what I did with my son. I taught my son the stock market, and I told my son that these two, I'm going to give you money, and you're going to start to understand the stock market. And every morning, this is when during C19, so he had to come. My kid stayed with me during C19, so he had to come every morning and show me the stock market. He wore Nike, so I made him buy Nike stock. He's a video gamer, so I made him buy video game stock. I told him if he paid attention, he can live off the dividends, which means he gets a paycheck every 3 months. He would get a little cash because I paid a dividend. I believe that what the Black community is missing is if you want to reward your child for learning a skill and implementing that skill. That's what I did. Not for labor. Oh, well, you wash the dishes, here's $5. No, guess what, sweetheart? You're going to have to learn how to wash dishes anyway because you're going to live by yourself. That is a life skill. You don't get paid for life skills.
Right.
I need you to get paid on a skill that can translate into the actual world.
I agree with that. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
That's why
it's like we're in a stone age. Why can't we move forward? And I don't hate to use the word progressive.
But Trey, most Black people in the community anyway don't care about education. 90% of us don't care nothing about education, history, where we come from, or any of that. People are more so just being entertained.
And Trey, who are you networking with? Are you working with other people with other skills?
As far as what, the stocks?
As far as creating a community, because there are others who have other skills to offer.
Yeah, so the organization that I'm a part of, the kids do. I teach the stock class.
Okay.
There's an etiquette class for boys. There's a I call it dress and appearance, but there's some other fancy word they use. But teaching them how to tie ties and wear suits. It's for young boys whose dads really weren't around. It's not like Big Brother, Big Sister, but it's more like, and there's like, it's just like guys that we just know, just kids that we just know from neighborhoods. A few of them are there from the neighborhoods that I policed. A few of them are there from other neighborhoods that other officers policed. Like, it isn't just one of these types of things where like we went to a school or something like this. It's just people we met and say, hey, hey, your son here, this, but we had to limit it to the area in which I live in for tax reasons. I don't know. I don't deal with all that. So I ain't got nothing to do with all that.
Something.
So
Trey, hold on. I'm sorry, sis. I had to say something, Trey. What I did was when it came to my kids, when I did the allowances and stuff, I didn't start it early with them. It was like once they got into like earlier on, so they can be able to manage money. They was able to save money. They was able to put that money into a bank account. So I was able to do that. But what I did, I made sure they was up in age with it. Because I'm telling you right now, my kids didn't have no cell phones until they was able to pay the bill themselves. I had one computer in the home. I had one TV in the home because my kids will tell you I was like strict. They go to somebody's house, they wasn't watching no BET, they wasn't watching no, all that smut stuff. That look at these little girls now. They looking at Sexy Red. They know how to twerk better than the grown woman. But
Mrs. O, with all due respect, why are we waiting so late? I just watched a video the other day of a kid walking around in a diaper, and he's pointing out and saying the words, saying them letter by letter.
Yes.
He's saying chair. You know which video I'm talking about, Alicia?
Yes.
The boy had on a diaper. Why are we waiting so late?
That was my baby.
Why do we why do we always have to do everything and wait until the kid gets older? No, you can start early. They
are capable.
They're capable.
Right. The kids are capable. What I'm saying is, when my kids were younger, I'm gonna tell you how my kids was. All my kids was walking by 6 months. All my kids was reading by 1 year. I taught them how to read. I taught them their math. I did what I was supposed to do as a mother. It's a lot of women don't even teach their kids. They rather put their kids in these public schools and let these kids learn in school, and they don't even learn nothing. My kids knew how to read everything. I did them how my dad did me. So they already knew all those things. But when they got older, when it came to money, I wanted to show them this is what you do, because they was coming to me when, they friends had all these expensive stuff or whatever, Jordans and everything. I'm not about to buy a whole bunch of Jordans. I had 3 boys in the house. But my thing is, I started young with all my kids, especially my boys. I actually told my boys by the time they were 7 years old about women. I didn't wait late. I told them,
don't. You taught them about women before you taught them about money?
Look, no. I did what I was supposed to do. Far as they knew about money, they knew about women. I was telling them, because you have to, as a mother, we have to also teach these sons. We actually have to teach these daughters. It's a lot of women out there, and they know I'm not lying. Mothers don't even teach them about the menstrual cycle. My daughter knew about the menstrual cycle before it happened.
Same.
Because I grew up with both my parents. My mother made sure I had everybody. They made sure they let me know this is what's gonna happen, this, that, and the third. I also taught my kids that, look, if you at somebody's house, a family member's house, and they touch you here, women don't even do this with their kids. They don't even let them know about the inappropriate touching. None of that. And women need to actually let their kids know. I'm like you. Let your kids know early. A, B, C, D, and E. Because if you don't, look at these little girls. It's a lot of, I know some grown women, Trey, that don't even know how to deal with their own menstrual cycle. They don't even know how to douche. They think that they stuff can clean automatically.
So here, the issue is, how do we expand something like Trey has, the community he has? We know the deficiencies. How do we grow for thing Trey has going on?
I would say we would have to search for more people that have the same mental capacity of thinking that Trey does. Not everybody, most people don't care about their own kids. So I think the best way to maximize it would be that we would just have to find more like-minded people that actually care about the community and want to see a change.
That goes with that.
It's easy to say you want to see it, or you would like that to happen, but for Trey to go the extra mile to make sure these Black boys are going to be more than equipped for life, we need more people that think like Trey. And I feel like we got more people that don't even want to look at their kids when they get home. They don't want to take care of them. They don't want to actually spend the time, like Ms. O was saying, to teach them these things.
So Trey, what is the name of your community? Are you willing? Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna tell. My thing is this: I when it comes to a lot of our young brothers out there, I will always give my hats off to any of our brothers that's out here giving these young men some kind of outlet, because they actually need it.
Yeah,
we have too many young brothers out here that the fathers are not around, and I'm not saying because the fathers don't want to be there, because y'all even know these women push these fathers away from their children automatically. They alienate their kids because they don't like how the man did them. Women, stop that. Your sons and your daughters need their fathers.
So can I say something though?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, so one of the things that we have to keep in mind, y'all, is that the easiest way for children to learn behaviors and to be able to adopt them is through other children.
Mhm.
Right? So it's kind of like the environment we put those children in is very important too. See, one of the things that we didn't have to do a while ago as parents is teach our kids, certain things because they pick it up through the environment. For instance, when kids used to be, especially when you got brothers and sisters, right? They learn way faster around older kids.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when you have a kid that has older siblings that's at least 3 to 5 years older than them, when it's time for them to ride a bike, something as simple as ride a bike, they would do it earlier than the oldest kids, right? Playing sports, they learn from other kids. Manners. This is the thing about discipline, right? Younger kids would learn discipline through the older kids. This is why when you have, I don't know if you guys ever noticed, when you have someone, it's the younger kids, they're a little more adaptable. They kind of go their own way, especially depending on how many siblings they had that's older than them. But that young child has always had the problem. He never had the problems that the older kids had because he caught on to a lot of things. Environment. It's the same thing when it comes down to bad habits. Kids are going to learn bad habits through other kids because that's a part of influence too.
Mm-hmm.
We as parents, we have the ultimate influence, or should have the ultimate influence over our kids. But a lot of influence that comes through other children. That's where it comes to. So if we have kids, for instance, Miss O, Detroit, you can have a institution that a kid goes to, and they're doing great as far as grades and stuff like that. But at home, it's toxic. Not the parents I'm talking about, the environment that the parents have them in. They're doing the same thing as the kids that's in their neighborhoods are doing. Parents probably doing the best that they can. They probably doing very well as far as parents. That's why you have somebody, they'd be like, well, damn, this dude had a mother, had a father, but his ass ended up in prison. Why? Did it necessarily mean that the parents wasn't doing their job? Not necessarily. But if the parents have that kid in that environment, guess what? They're looking for that environment to raise that child also. That's why you would have some people to say the streets raised me. You have some people to say, a city raised them, and all this other bullshit. But that's one of the reasons why. So if we're talking about community, this is why when I started out, I was saying, well, yeah, we have to first understand we have a problem right now. And that's because we have broken communities. Because for some odd reason, people just want to stay around other people. That means their children no good, but it makes them feel well. One of the things I learned from my parents was to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. When it came down to even like what you guys were talking about as far as allowances and stuff, my father gave me allowance. He gave me allowance until I was 5 years old. But he also gave me a bank account. Yeah, his name was on it or whatever, but he was showing me how to have money. Why? Because we did have something like a village. So when I went to my grandmother's house, guess what I ain't never had to worry about? Having some money if I wanted to go to the store and get it. He showed me how to save it. He showed me how to do all these different things. So when I hear Trey saying, look, we have to upgrade, that's what he means. Because now we can teach our kids something that our parents probably never taught us. And that's where we have to look at. So we have to create it in all aspects. we have to be able, first and foremost, to have them in a great environment as best as we can get them in, right? The second thing we have to do is make sure that their education is, even if it was a public school, say it was, they got some great public schools where we're at. They got some great public schools, right? And then on top of that, you give them extra. Like my grandson for the summer, he's here from Tennessee, right? His grandma, my ex-wife, put him in Kumar. He's getting ready to go to kindergarten. She's putting him in Kumar. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it helps big time. So his summer is not a summer where he just laid up in his grandparents' house or whoever families that he's laying up in. He's at least going 2 or 3 days out of the week so he can get ready to go to kindergarten. Right? So this is the things that we have to do. So it can be done, y'all, but we got our work cut out for us. Community starts with us. It starts with the family, period.
I have something to say, JT. A lot of people don't know, especially our people don't know. I said this before about a certain program called what was that? Dang. It was something like agriculture. I put my kids in there.
Mhm.
They learned early.
Was
They
it the
learned-
4-H?
Yeah, 4-H. Yeah,
4-H.
because I brought it up before. All my kids from kindergarten on through high school, they know about planting, they know about seeds, they know about the seasons. This is the basic things that we actually have to teach our children so they can be able to sustain themselves just in case. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of things that we need to teach our kids, but
not if and when.
Yeah, when I grew up, I didn't go through no 4-H program. I grew up in Detroit. I was in the hood. We had, all that. JT, we didn't have no farms. It's nothing around in Detroit. So when I moved and left up north, I made sure that my kids was in 4-H. And the reason I did that because I grew up, my family is from Mobile, Alabama. So my great grandmother had a farm. She taught us how to plant. She taught us how to do everything. She taught us how to, I wanted to make sure I implemented that towards my children. So, so they'll be able to, when they get older, they'll be able to sustain their families when they start having children. But it's a lot of women that are not mothers. I'm just gonna put it that way. It's a lot of women that's not mothers. Just because you birth a child, you have them there, this, that, and the third, you let them, they always in a screen, like a tablet, phone always in their face and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What are you teaching these children? Now you got the media is teaching these kids. Now look at all these little girls, y'all. They can recite a sexy red, smutty red music, but they don't even know anything about, they don't even read. I've seen this. I'm like, where's these mothers? Why aren't you putting your effort in these children? That's my problem. But
yeah, because their mothers are hoes.
Jesus Christ. Damn, where that come from?
Ekene. Hi, Ekene. You okay?
But the issue isn't that they're listening to that music or they see it on TV, because I grew up in the 90s and I saw Tupac and Biggie and Rump Shakers and Too Short and Uncle Luke and all. I saw that, but that wasn't all I saw. I also played the bassoon in the orchestra. I also was on the debate team. I also was the president of my student council. It wasn't all I saw. The issue is that now that's all they see and they aren't involved in anything else outside of that. That's the problem. I don't have listen, culture is culture. It's going to be what it's going to be. My mother didn't like Bone Thugs and Harmony. I thought Bone Thugs and Harmony was the shit. I thought they were amazing, personally. I thought they were great.
Uncle Charles,
they never rap as fast as they could, but I thought they were cool as hell, personally, okay? My mama couldn't stand them. Which is why she also kept me in other things to occupy my time and to keep my brain going. One of the things I'm so upset about is that I didn't stick with playing. I played the bassoon, by the way. For those of y'all who don't know what a bassoon is, go look it up. I played the bassoon in a youth orchestra. I'm upset that I didn't do that because. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I had the string
That-
bass. It was taller than I was.
My youngest daughter
that-
played it, and she's very good at it.
Yeah, that could have got me into college for free.
Yeah.
I should have stuck with it. Right? So it isn't that the Sexy Red, they gonna be there. Meg ain't going nowhere, Cardi ain't going nowhere. They all just put out new albums this year anyway. They ain't going nowhere. The issue is within this community, Alicia, if we gonna get this right, we can say, listen, you can have your Cardi B time. I'll give you Cardi B time. But before you have your Cardi B time, you need to read 2 chapters. Before you have your Cardi B time, you need to do this and do that. Because that's how I was raised. You want to go out with your friends? Sure. Did you do your chores in the house? Yes, I did. Okay. Is your homework done? Yes, my homework is done. Did you read your chapters? Yes. Which book are you reading? Which volume are you on? We got away from book reports. Whatever happened to book reports?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So the things that we have, it's there for us. But what I see most of the time from the older generation is we just want to eradicate all the bad. That's not going to happen. That's unrealistic. It's not going to happen. What we have to learn how to do is to teach our kids, this is bad, this is bad, this is good. It's okay.
You have to offer the world.
Socially, your kid gonna need to know who Sexy Red is. I hate to say it, but socially, because they're gonna be awkward. They're gonna be like the kid who tried to take out Trump. They're gonna be like them. They have to be in the mix. I'm not agreeing with it. I don't like Cardi. I don't like none of that music. Right. But I do understand that I was cooler in school because I could rap like Bone Thugs. Right? I was cool. I was cooler in school not only because I could rap like Bone Thugs, but I could take a lyric from what Bone Thugs said and put it in my debate.
Yeah, Trey, check this out. I had an econ teacher. He was fairly young at that time, and when I was in high school. And it was funny because I remember him pulling out, they drive, he's leaving the school. You know what my econ teacher used to be playing? NWA.
I was about to say Easy.
Yeah, he was doing that. Even when I was like in the military, right? I'm a sergeant. We go to PT, right? I was a little strict. I was, I was a little off, especially special fitness and all that shit. And I was, trying to be a little badass because I'm buck sergeant or whatever. But it was funny when they see, like when I'm going home and they hear what I had in my car. They used to be like, Sarge, baby, it's like, damn, they be like, and then they found out I was a DJ too. They was like, wow. So what I'm saying is that we didn't let that stuff consume us. Because we was doing what we was supposed to do. It's the same thing, college kids. All the college kids, they listen to all that stuff. But they was still it was taking care of business. They were still taking care of business. Right now, what we have is a bunch of people allowing their kids to be consumed one-dimensional. And that's the problem we have. That's why it's bad. I'll end it there.
Pull out all of that is in your child. They have so many gifts. I'm bird watching. I'm making minis, things I never thought I would do. This is what they have to offer the world if you give them a chance to show it.
Our kids are talented, and a lot of people hold those kids. They just hold them back. They have so much talent, and I'm telling you, I have 4. Like I said, I have 4 kids. All of them have a unique talent, and you know how some parents can agree with me on this one. Say, for instance, you got some kids that get in trouble, whatever, whatnot. Say you got 4 kids. The school will call you and say, well, such like one of my sons, the youngest one, he liked the parkour stuff. They call me and tell me, I call him Buddha. Buddha was walking up and down the hallway on his hands. I'm going to believe it because I know my child. That's him. He's the parkour kid. Then you have one, my oldest son was the I don't give a F kid because that's how he was. So if they was to call me and say, well, your son said F this, F that, F this school. Yeah, that's my son. It's a lot of women. You know your children. You know how your kids are. And what they do, they say, oh, my kid not this, my kid don't do that. And they're in denial. You learn your children because all your kids, all your children are not the same. All of them have a unique talent. All of them have their own personalities. Rather, it don't matter how you raise them. When they get to a certain age, that's how they're supposed to be anyway. So I'm just saying, your kids, I have 4, they all different, they're all unique. Only thing I'm saying is this: it's best for the mother and the father to be in the children's lives. A lot of women saying they can raise their children on their own. No, you can't. They need their father there. And I hate the fact that, and I'm an advocate when it comes to men, when it comes to their children. There's a lot of women that's keeping their children away from, this man, that's his seed. We was just a carrier. We was just the incubators. I'm just gonna say that. Let that man be in his child's life, because we can only teach our kids so much, but the man can complete that.
And that's the most underrated stat, male alienation from their kids. Nobody talks about that the way it should be talked about. They talk about deadbeat dads and stuff. But one of the biggest stats is how many kids are being kept away from their father for whatever reason. But anyway, hey, everybody, I got to cut out. It was a great panel. Thanks for letting me up. Hey, Trey.
Thank you, Mr. Payne.
What's going on?
We appreciate you. We love you.
Great show, ladies. Keep it up. Keep it up.
You enjoy your night. Enjoy the baby oil.
I know, right? Yeah, BFU.
Say
All right, later. Good night.
Berg, welcome. Welcome. How you doing, brother?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I tuned in a little late. And this is my lane when you're talking about working with the youth from ages, I would say 12 to, I don't know, through college. One thing I admire in just referencing to Trey, a lot of us talk about what's not happening, what people are not doing, but how many of us have the guts to go into these spaces where these youth are crying out for help and just to say, I'm here? Because it's just like meeting an adult. A lot of these children have been let down, lied to. And like all of us, we come to an age of reason where we start saying the truth, whether we 6 or 16. When we start saying the truth, we act out on the truth. If the truth has been sort of lying to us, we start acting out on that. Most children, I don't care what age, will not say, Mama, you ain't shit. Daddy, you ain't shit. They hold that shit into their adults.
Mm-hmm.
Then that's when you see it. But as far as the youth, and this is just me, they already know listen, they hear enough of people saying what the hell they ain't doing. They hear enough of that. What I found a unique catch for me was I always approach it like they can do it. They have the talents already. Bring me your talent. I used to have, I can go in have a box of when I was working in the schools of so many things that were just made for me. Students made me roses out of duct tape. I have poems, I have songs, I have letters, and grades 6 through 12th graders. I used to have so many young women sitting at my desk. And first thing I would always do, and my coworkers, you can see that they was jealous. I would have a box of Kleenex. Whenever a female sat at my desk, I'd just pull out some Kleenex and just set it to the side. And we'll get to talking. I'll start minding out their little issues. A lot of it come down to when they first realize that the people who they love were lying, mistreating them, or just keeping them blind to the truth because they can see. And it come down to a lot of miscommunication between the parent. I've had situations where fathers have told their sons, I'm waiting for you to come to prison with me. I've had situations where fathers have kicked their daughters out of the home. I've had situations, of course, vice versa. I've had 2 mothers at the same time, had 25 kids between the two. 2 mothers, 25, and they were younger than me. And once I started minding things out and allowing those children to talk about the pain, it's always a point in everybody's life, especially you can go back and look at your own life where you said, fuck it. You woke up and said, man, fuck this shit. I don't trust nobody. I'm gonna do what I want. You don't say it, but you think it. You start acting out. A lot of us, the children know why. And it's unfortunately, a lot of single parents know, like I heard the young lady mention, they know their children. But the worst thing for me to do as a parent, for me as a teacher, counselor, motivator, anything to tell a parent you ain't doing shit. Most parents will never say that they can't do it. They'll burn the house down before they say, man, I just can't do it, and ask for help. That's what a lot of youth are faced with now today, because hindsight is 2020. If we all knew this shit we knew when we were 17, 18, we'd be a whole lot richer, a whole lot whatever. Yeah, but as we gain those skills and that knowledge, how are we applying it to those who are less fortunate? And that's how I've always had to approach. That's how I approached it for myself, because I grew up in a 2-parent home. We had 2 cars. We didn't go with that. My mother worked every day. She worked at GE. My father worked at Louisville Slugger. But my father was an alcoholic. So when I was coming up, he wasn't really telling me about girls and, money. I see him out at the bar spending his money up. So when I started cutting her, I could save $3, $4, $10 every day. I didn't need to just go out and spend it. My mother taught me about women. Don't let women do this. Don't let women do that. My mother was a great cook. Every woman that I met had to be able to do certain skills. I can take care of the man's stuff. I'm going to cut the grass and climb up on the roof and get the car. I'm going to do all that. But it was certain skills that were given to me outside, once I was inside the home. My father had some of the best handwriting ever. He used to look at my shit and say, like, boy, that's chicken scratch. How in the hell your teacher's passing you? Well, they accepted. That's some done. And my father, he had that type of experience. Taught me about hard work. Worked all my life. He showed up just because. He got in my tail just because. I got in trouble with, well, I'll tell you that whole story. I was going to get a whooping by my father, my first whooping ever. The only thing I heard my mother say, my father's name was Calvin. And she yelled this out in front of everybody. She had, Calvin, don't delete him. That's all she yelled out. That was it. She ain't interfere. She ain't do nothing. That situation between me and my father changed my life. He never had to really get on me after that. Children are in these particular educational institutions, these particular organizations, to be taught. When they show up, that means they want to be taught. They don't want to be talked down to. They don't want to be told that they can't do it. And not everybody's built for the youth. Not everybody's built. Even us who may have children, that don't mean we built for them. Because sometimes we forget that we was ugly too. Sometimes we forget that we was overweight too. We went through puberty too. But now, I don't understand. No, we see the kids. We know what the reasons are. We know what they are. I think it's important for the future for children to see the talk. Our generation, somebody could talk us off the ledge. Today, you got to go out there and grab their ass and pull them back. And I don't think a lot of us who have the courage to get out here and try to help as many youth as possible. It's amazing to hear Trey, because Trey would be like, hell, I don't work hard. Why the hell they can't work hard? But he's giving back to those who are not in that space yet. And that's important, because everything that we do is pretty much a learned behavior. We learn these negative behaviors from those that are closest to us. You want your kid to be fucked up? Keep him around your fucked up brother. You want your daughter to be a 304? Let her keep hanging around your 304 sister. It's going to rub off. But I think it's important to just take the information that we all claim that we've gathered, the technology changes, the music changes. Take 20, 30 minutes a day, a week. Say, hey, we're going to go through some of the things that's going on now. Just like having a current events. Remember current events where you had to go sit down with our own children, because especially if you got school-age children that can read, you want to help your child how to read? Sit his ass down, act like your eyes are hurting, you can't read. Baby, read that. And let them read that shit. And they might come across words they can't pronounce. Baby, let me get the dictionary. And then you can get the dictionary and be like, okay, because even in learning, I may not know how to spell it, but I can pronounce it and I can understand the meaning of it.
Yeah,
that helps children. So now when they're around children their age, they're a little bit more confident. My last thing. You want to help your children with ADHD? Take their ass swimming. Read up on it. Take them swimming, throw their ass in the pool, waist deep. Let them get out there. Teach them how to do it in the tub. Children should all take a bath, not a shower. Sit their ass in the tub. Let them teach them how to swim in the tub. Teach them how to swim. Let them play soccer. Let them play soccer. Go out there. You can take your wig off, set it out to the side, get up under the shade tree, fall asleep, read a book, whatever you got to do. Let your child run that energy off. So when they get home, they get in the tub, they take a hot bath, they eat, they'll go to bed, they have a good rest, good night's sleep, they'll be prepared for school the next day. Ensure that the children are prepared. You can't stay out to 10 o'clock on school days. 8:30, latest. Everybody got to be in bed by 9:30. Everybody needs that rest. Even as a parent, single parent, you need your rest too. So, it's just a lot, I think, and hope that people going forward can just start looking at how to create that generational wealth. Teach my children greater than I was taught, despite of. I can't blame my parents. I'm an adult. I have to get out here and get it how I'm supposed to get it and live it and do it righteously. If you don't have to take advantage of other people and belittle people, just do it righteously and show the children, because right now that shit's gray as hell. It's murky. It's murky waters out there. So,
Alicia, if you don't mind, I'd like to say something about the kids. When I first started teaching this class 2 years ago, a little rough. Okay, these kids was tough, and I thought I might be out of my element here. I'm good. I had a badge on. It was a little bit easier to talk to these kids. I think because I came immediately with a certain level of authority and respect because I was a cop. Without it, it became a little bit more difficult. What I had to realize is that I wasn't relatable. They didn't see themselves in me. They just saw a black man standing up here talking about a whole bunch of numbers and this is how you make money. And it wasn't interesting to them. I'll tell you what changed the tide. One day I decided to wear my Concord Jordans to the and they came in and it's like, what you know about those? I said, well, first of all, I had the originals. I'm older than y'all. These are repeats. I said, but these are my favorite shoes. You could see the light bulb click. Wait a minute. He's like us. He's like one of us.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, I'm seeing pencils up. They writing. We going over prices and earning statements. We going over dividends. I'm talking that shit to them, and I got them hooked on the line. I learned right then and there. The more relatable I am to them, the more they'll pay attention. We have to get past the days of old and thinking that you're gonna be able to sit these kids in a room and you just go for an hour and a half, and they just gonna pick up on it. They're smarter than we were. When we wanted to learn something, JT, what your mama used to tell you, go get the encyclopedia. There was no Google. You better go get that encyclopedia and go look it up. And it would take us a few minutes, right? We gotta go look. It take us a few minutes. We talking about kids, and I say, hey man, what's the stock price for Nike right quick? Hang on, Mr. Taylor. It's $75. That quick. It's $75.13. They move faster than we ever have. So they're processing faster. So I could take a picture of Jay-Z and slap it up on the chalkboard and go, y'all want to know how he really got rich? Because it wasn't the rapping.
Right.
It wasn't his music that made him rich. Let me break this down for y'all. Now we got him. But if I'd have taken that same picture and threw up some white dude like Peter Finch, who made billions of dollars in the stock market, they'd be like, who is this? They can't relate to him.
Facts.
And so this is a part of the community. We talk about community, right, Alicia? The community has to be relatable to the youth.
And I'm thinking, how can I be relatable?
And here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. What I had to learn how to do, because I'm a military guy, right? Stern, stoic, right? Stone face. You're going to do, look, you give, hey, JT, you know what this means.
Yes,
you
sir.
Give this. I had to get rid of all of that.
Yeah.
And just talk to them like they're human beings. That's it. Talk to them like they're human beings. And it worked. Now, don't get me wrong. They get a little out of pocket, out of line. I snap into it real quick. Hey, you pushing, you gone too far. Let's reset and come back. Right? But the other part of this is too, I see a lot of people that want to insult them. First of all, these kids got it way harder than us. And I know people don't want to agree with that, but that's just the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Cost of living is through the roof. Inflation. We got the presidents getting shot at and shit. We got all types of shit going on. They got a harder life. I don't care what y'all say. They can't afford to do anything.
Yep. I have a 14-year-old and I'm
they can't afford to do anything. Oh, go to college. How much that gonna cost them?
And what they gonna learn?
Right.
Is it gonna be?
That's gonna be relevant in a year.
How they transition into the real world? Yeah. All of that shit. Yeah.
They got it a little bit tougher than we do. They've been taught tolerance, and I'm gonna be real with you. In the black community, they still ain't really with that gay shit.
Not at
I
all.
talk to these young boys, they be like, nah, we not with that shit. But they've been taught to be more tolerant. We wasn't taught that. I certainly was not taught that.
I know I would.
When we was in the military, it was don't ask, don't tell. You don't talk about it, I won't ask.
Yeah.
But now, we want to get on these kids, and the truth of the matter is, we as adults, and I'm including myself in this because I'm old enough now, we aren't good enough. We aren't doing the work to make ourselves relatable to the kids so that we can actually get their attention and teach them what they're supposed to know. When I had that young boy come back to me and say, hey, Trey, I got my first dividend this week. This is so cool. Thank you for teaching me. I damn near cried.
Mm-hmm.
I damn near cried. I was like, because I didn't think he was listening, Alicia. I thought I was talking to a brick wall. Old boy went home. He said, Mom, can you open me up a brokerage account? They taught me something I really want to try. He went out that summer. He worked. He saved his money. He bought the same dividend stocks that I've been teaching him about. 2 months later, he got a dividend. He said, this is so cool. I'm making money and I'm not even doing anything.
Oh, that is so cool, Trey. I'm glad that you actually doing something with the young brothers. Thank you. I'm gonna say that. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Especially they need it. They need mentors, they really do.
I think that I'm gonna let you go, Ikene. I think that once we get to a point where we can first understand that we can learn from them as well as they can learn from us, it just takes it a whole. Because guess what? Learning from them, we just move faster as older folks. We do. We learn because they know quicker ways than we know in a lot of this stuff. They do. And then they can understand the practical ways on how we know how to move through life. And then it makes them move faster. And it makes them, just like what Trey was saying, when you get, especially you talk about something like money, everybody want to make some money. And then you can show them, you give them the answers to the test. Man, that's what they want. So that's how you build a community. It's that simple, but we can't just keep going around thinking that these kids are just stupid for no reason at all. No, it's going to be some, and this is the craziest part is that there's going to be some winners and some losers big time now. It's not going to be anybody in the middle. You either going to be doing it, you're going to be showing improving, or you won't. One of the things I learned from even being young, I remember, and this is crazy because there were women in men, me coming up, especially being a teenager, that I actually took to. One of the reasons was for the simple fact that my father and my mother, they had the discipline to actually understand what I was, into. I was into music, which was good for math. I was terrible in math until I started doing music and not just doing it. I played guitar for about 5 years. Then I went to percussion, and it was more than just drums, xylophone. It was all kind of stuff, piano, everything, right? And I learned because somebody else cared enough about me. I remember my guidance counselor was dope as hell because he used to sit with me, look at my grades, and he literally asked me, What is it that I wanted to do? College? Okay, this is what we're going to do, right? The econ teacher I was talking about, same thing. It was so many adults back then that actually wanted to help. And I'm talking about in the city of Detroit, 22 high schools. And it was terrible in those neighborhoods. But those teachers that was in those schools, man, they were very impressionable. I went to 2 schools. I went to Votech and I went to high school. But what I learned was it took for me to have the discipline. And that was thanks to all of the older folks, because once I got to be an adult, now I'm in a different lane. But the stuff I learned at the beginning, it taught me to go out there and be on my own. 18 years old, I'm away from my parents. Didn't even see my parents until I was 22 years old after that. I came back. They seen me as a man at 22 years old. Got married, all kind of stuff. Bought my first house at 29, right? But I didn't do it just on my own. I had all kind of shit I was going through, slacking and stuff like that. But it was because same thing. People didn't think like Trey was just saying, there were adults that didn't think I was listening to them. I'm listening. And then they seen the end results. And they was like, oh, damn, you were listening, right? Because it's just, you're a young person or whatever. Sometimes you miss the know-it-all. You think you know it all, whatever. But once somebody can go and they can reach you, it's something but when you in that space, guess what you have to do? The same thing those other folks did. We just can't throw them away. Trey Ferg and Trey Tate both says that same thing. Yeah, I'm not about to just throw these motherfuckers away. Yeah, we are talking about some of these, because let's just face it, some of these kids was grown the wrong fucking way. They were. I don't know how to cross to them, but there's so many of them. It's so many other kids that actually want to learn. So many other don't want to be in the situation that they're in, and that's the ones that we have to grab.
So I think the question is, how do we fix the community, right? This is it right here. Only if the women can listen to the men and both of them can come together. You see what I'm saying? And let the man be in charge of the house. Let him wear that pants. And you put on that skirt. That's all you got. Don't wear the pants with him. Put on the skirt and let him wear that pants. And you see how all the men here have set it off? This is what the community is lacking. That's it. My dad said that a woman doesn't raise a dog that barks. And a man can't raise a woman that can put on skirts. So the both parents are needed at all times. And one thing that Trey said that really caught my attention was, the kids are growing too fast because we have so many things. You ask them question now, they just go on internet, they type it comes to them. They don't have that time to research. Maybe that's not the way he put it, but the way I'm going to put it is that they never have the time to research. They didn't go with nature. They're not going with nature. Everything is fast. Everything is fast. They go from point A to point Z. There is B, C, D, E, F, G, H. But the thing that we fail to understand too, I will say one thing about the older generation, which is us. When we have kids, what we can teach our kids is the past, because they need the past, but they can teach us the present. Then we make them aware of the future. Because remember, they are getting information based on today. But we are living yesterday. So we have to prepare them for the future. When I started coming to the podcast maybe 2 years ago, one thing I've always raised, and I'm glad Trey is doing it today, is that in the United States, just like I'm about to start doing in Nigeria, we already do have it, but I'm also want to do it and do it in a big scale and bring other people to join me. We have to teach these kids something beyond sports and music. We have to teach them, just like Trey said, stocks. As an engineer, we have to teach them robotics. We have to teach them science. We have to teach them math. So many women have told me that, oh, Obama was so great, he brought STEM. But where is the building for STEMs in Black community? You brought STEMs, but you didn't build STEMs library, but you built museums. These kids don't need museums. They can go to the museums. There are enough museums. What we need is a place where these kids can go to. They can see science. They can see astrology. They can see They can participate in robotics. They can participate in earth exploration. They can participate in marine exploration. They can participate in space exploration. Those things have to be in Black neighborhoods, in the hood. When you build those STEM, then put a basketball court next to it. That's what we need. Put a football court next to it. But build that STEM first. It has to be built first before anything else. So that's what I'm talking about. We need to change these kids. That's how we build a community. We build it for today and prepare the kids for the future. Yes, I think we all went based on the question that was asked. But one thing about conversation is this. That's why I don't like people cutting people off when we talk, because there is always something to pick out. When Trey was talking, I just kept quiet because he was just playing a whole lot. Facts. And I'm glad that he said those things. But that's what we have to start doing. We have to start teaching these kids. Like I say sometimes, I want to see a couple of us that will come in the neighborhood. We buy. You get a computer. Maybe you can rent an office space. Call it Trey Academy. You put maybe 5 computers there. You go to Black community. I got you. You get to the neighborhood. You tell a couple of men, I need you donate certain amount of money every month so we can pay for the rent of this building. But we have to have 10 computers, and we need to download softwares inside those computers. And these kids have to come there, use those computers to build robotics. Because I gotta tell you, go to China. I was discussing with somebody a few days ago, a lady. A few days ago, I told her she's a client of mine. She said to me that Chinese kids are living in a worse society than the U.S. kids. I said, how? She said, because they don't live in democracy. So after a couple of conversations, I said to her, let me say something, the difference between communism and democracy. They both are good. And they're both bad. In communist China, the Chinese people understand that their kids take longer to learn. In the United States, the Black kid learn very fast. The white kid learn intermediate. But the Chinese kid is more slower than the white kid. But what they do, they watch you. They know what you're good at as a child. Then they put you in that. And then they train you. There is something that in English that says repetition makes you perfect, right? When you start doing the same thing over and over again, because you're doing repetition of it, you become an expert. So these kids, not that the Chinese government is selecting what they will do. The Chinese government is giving them based on what they are capable of doing. That is why when you go to China today, like in Shenzhen, right, you see a lot of high schools that are like the size of universities. Some of them are on 50-story high rise. Those schools are designed with so much touch screen. These kids spend hours there doing nothing but robotics, building the future that is not even known in America today. So that's what I'm trying to say. We need to start taking our kids off of the basketball court and start putting them into a house, a unit where they will spend more time doing designs. Because I got to tell you, if you know what is out there for STEM, it's a lot. They haven't even scratched the surface of STEM. There is so many things to do there, but the black kid is only 3%. All our women are studying arts and sociology and psychology, and they all say that, oh God, I got a 4-year degree. They're proud of it. But it's not taking us anywhere. Then our men, we need our men, but our men are not even going to school. So where are we? Science and technology? That is a shame. I'm talking about black people all over the world, not just in the US.
Well, that's
science.
yeah, Ikene, that's where it's going to have to go. Because think about this: being a mechanic, there's not going to be dirty mechanics anymore. The cars.
No, I'm not a mechanic. I'm a mechanical and aerospace engineer.
Hey, JT, did you see?
I'm a mechanical and aerospace engineer.
Did you see the robot that passed out after working for 20 hours straight?
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah.
I thought that was a. You didn't see it, Alicia?
No.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the robot passed out. That's on the internet.
I'll DM it to you. But the robot had been, I think it was working packages. It was stocking the shelves, and it had worked 20 hours straight, and it just collapsed.
Yeah,
it just collapsed after 20 hours straight. So here's the thing. Yeah, I think that robotics is important. I think that STEM is extremely important. With my son, we bought a little program. I don't know if you guys know about this, but it was a subscription-based program. And every month they would send him a box about this big.
Oh,
and
what's it called?
With cards in it, and he would learn how to code. It would have little little things in it for him to code, like teach him how to make a frog jump. So he would have to create the frog first in code, and then the code would teach him how to make the frog jump, and then he would get tested on being able to do it from memory. We did that. We started that. He was like 11 when we started, maybe 10 when we started that. And I paid for the subscription every month. It's important. I agree with Ekene. However, I'm not saying to take basketball away from the kids. I'm not saying to take football and arts away from the kids. I'm saying that that's not the number one priority.
Right.
That's not number one. Your kid want to go play basketball? Sure. After everything else is done, after all the other requirements have been met, you can go play basketball all damn night. I don't care. Because that's what we did. You know, JT, the lights came on. We from a new generation. I'm a millennial. We didn't have to come home when the lights came on.
Right.
My mom would literally call me and say, I had a two-way pager. But where are you? At the basketball court. All right, cool.
Yeah.
And that was it.
That was the reason why we had to be at home by the streetlights, because we didn't have that technology.
We didn't have that, right.
No.
But
I think you misunderstood what I said, Trey.
Hold on, Anthony. One thing we also are skipping over is real estate. I'm actually switching over on Monday. The kids don't know this yet, but we're not doing stocks. I'm gonna have them playing Monopoly. They'll play Monopoly, and I'm getting ready to teach them about 4 greenhouses and 1 red hotel. I'm getting ready to show them how to start to acquire something they're not making any more of. JT, you know what I'm talking about? Land. They ain't making no more land. So it's time for y'all to start acquiring
agriculture.
Start acquiring some land. So these types of things. But the Monopoly game will actually be fun. It's my favorite game. It's my favorite game of all time. Me and my family have been known to stay up to 3-4 o'clock in the morning for the never-ending games. I mean, never-ending games. Okay. And I'm still undefeated, by the way, if y'all watching. Still undefeated. El Champion.
Trey, I have a question for you. How old was your children when you brought out the Monopoly to them? Because I did the same thing.
Well, so
little.
My daughter, she might have been 3 the first time.
Yeah.
First time we let her.
The
first time we actually let her like hold the money and hold the cards and roll the dice and was breaking it down to her. She had to be. She probably was about 3. And that's what I'm saying. Like when people be like, "Oh, let the kid," I'm like, "No, start them now. Start them now." When
Teach them chess.
Alicia, when I saw, don't get me started on chess, Alicia.
Yes.
Why are we not teaching our kids chess? I don't.
Yes.
Every kid should know how to play chess.
3, 4 chess. Yes.
Chess is big in Nigeria. Even the grand chess, the number 1 grand chess in the whole world is in Nigeria.
Mandatory.
We play chess.
But you know what, Trey? What I did was this. My kids knew, like me, you know, by me being a Gen X, my kids knew about Monopoly, Chutes and Ladders. They knew everything. I had so many board games. I even had, and a lot of kids now, if you look at, they don't even know what they call those, the jigsaw puzzles is. I was putting my kids, keeping their mind stimulated and stuff. That's why I have kids that's into the STEM. They're grown, and I was making sure I pushed that STEM on them because I was a STEM child. So I made sure I was pushing that on them. So it's never too late. They even have, I don't know if y'all remember, they had the Monopoly games for the smaller children. I started them off with that first. And then when it was time for us to have our family time, they got to the big board, the big boy. And the kids used to be so excited, like, "Oh, yeah, we going to get some real money." I used to laugh. They said, "We going to win some real money." So
can I say this for anybody who's got young kids? This is something that happened to me. I'm going to tell you a really funny story, and then I'm going to peace out. But I'll tell you something really funny, okay? So my mom used to read to me every night when I was younger. Every night. Rain or shine. She read to me every night. She read so much to me that I would memorize the book. I would memorize the book. So one time I'm going over to my grandmother's house. I'm going to stay. You know, my mom needed her adult time, right? So I'm going to stay with my grandmother. So my grandmother, she going to keep it going. She comes in there. She's going to read me the book. But then for whatever reason, she told me to read the book. And so I'm in there and I'm reading the book. And my grandmother is losing her mind. Like, this little boy knows how to read already. She don't know that, JT. She thinking I'm actually reading, but I'm saying it verbatim, line for line, verbatim, because I done read the book so many times. So my mother comes over. She's like, "We got to get this boy in private school. He a genius. He this and that." And JT, my mother's like, "No, he just memorized the book. We read it every night." I made sure to read to my kids every night. Even my daughter now, I will tell her, "You want me to read? FaceTime me." And we have the same book. I'll go out and go buy it. She got her book. I got my book. I refuse to let our distance be a reason why I can't read to my daughter, right? And
encourage them to write their own.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's the brain. They could say all the kids are sponges, right? And I completely agree with that. I think that is the absolute truth. But when we say sponges, a sponge can only hold so much water. It can only hold so much of a liquid. I don't believe that the child's brain can be filled. I think it's unlimited. I think the more you put on them, the better they will become later on. And I think what we're not doing in our community is we're too afraid to put this on the kids. We don't want to stress them out. When them kids in China go to school all year round, when them kids in Japan go to school all year round.
Yes, year round.
We can
year round over here.
How old are you?
How
old are you?
39.
My brother is 42, right? And when we was talking about the board games, right? We started, and this is when it first came out. Trivial, what is it? Trivial Pursuit.
Oh, Trivial Pursuit.
Yeah,
I love that game.
Trivial Pursuit. Trivial Pursuit. Right. So we were playing it. Now I'm 8 years older than my brother. My brother, he hated that he was losing the game, right? Because we was looking at him. He about 5 years old. And he was like, "I want to play." So my mom was like, "Let him play." Let him play. So we like, okay. So we out here doing a Trivial Pursuit. And, some of the stuff we knew, some of the stuff, especially being in school, a lot of that stuff was stuff that we was already learning in school. So my brother messed around. Now, this is at 5 years old. He started reading the cards and memorizing the answers. And the same thing, we was like, he's a genius, right?
He a genius.
We asked it. He done rigged the cards, put them in the front and all of this stuff. We asked him questions and he was answering them. We was like, How would he know that? Especially geographic questions, stuff from old TVs. It was like, what? How did he know? That's how smart he was. He took it. My brother graduated with a master's in executive business at U of D. This motherfucker cheated his way all the way through.
Yeah.
All
JT,
the way through.
JT, all these doctors and lawyers, how you?
That's what. Yep.
Huh?
All
cheated.
his friends, he had, man, it was crazy how he did it. And I'm talking about with a high GPA. And if anybody know about U of D, that's a hell of a damn university to go. That's where all your lawyers are. That's where all your business people are. A lot of these folks come from like U of M, and they're gonna get their masters at U of D.
Yep.
Man, my brother went there. I said, how in the hell did he do that? Because he can, he just can remember. He
got photographic memory.
Yeah, he's really good with numbers and like stocks and stuff. He be good at all that stuff, and he knows he retains that.
That's
stuff.
me. That's me.
Yeah.
Look, when I was on a department, JT, they would always say, they would say my last name. They'd be like, Taylor, why you not taking notes? I'm like, I'll remember it. They'd be like, yeah, but the case is not for another 6 months. I'll remember it. Right. They'd be like, nah, you need to take some notes. They literally used to have to make me. They used to literally have to make me take the notes because my mind worked like that. All you had to do was give me one thing about the case. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that case, and I can tell you everything that happened. That's just how my brain works. I wanted, before I left, Alicia, I want to tie this into your topic about the community and vetting. If we teach the young kids all this other stuff, we can also teach them how to vet at a young age.
Yes.
And so that they grow up with this. They know what to look for in the other person, whether it be man or woman, right? Now we've created a society that has a standard, right? Because everybody knows, because everybody was taught the same thing growing up. So you already know, sweetheart, you got 2 babies. You already know what's going on here. The men are not going to talk to you. You know that because you know you were raised, you grew up, you knew that you weren't supposed to do that.
But
that's a part of the vetting. That's how the community can help, because that would be the community way, right? If we're gonna do it that way. Now listen, I you know how I feel about the community. I say we're too disorganized, too unorganized, and we lack too much discipline to do all this stuff. But if we can somehow find the organizational skills, and if we can somehow find the discipline, then yes, it can work. There's nothing wrong with it. One thing I loved about being in the military, and JT and Trey Fur can tell you, when everybody's doing their motherfucking job, the shit is beautiful.
Oh, that's a dope thing.
It's a beautiful thing when everybody, the Air Force doing their thing, Army doing their thing, Marines doing their thing, Navy doing their thing, Coast Guard doing their thing, everybody doing their thing. You're like, man, this shit is beautiful out here. I've been in Iraq and watched all the branches work together. And I'm like, yo,
you see cities being built within an hour. Cities being built within an hour, just tents just coming up left and right.
Like, yo, is this what it's like to be a part of a team where everybody knows their job, everybody goes to work and does their job? When you're doing post checks and you come in and checking, and JT's already telling you, yeah, we already did this, we knocked this out, this is done. You're like, yeah, man. You go to the next post and Trey Ferg, like, I got my guys over there, they doing this. I got my guys over here, they're doing this. You're like, this is incredible. So
and it ain't even 6 o'clock in the morning yet.
No. We haven't even had a full breakfast yet, and shit is already done.
You know what, Trey?
So it's a beautiful thing to see. But if the community is going to do this, everybody has to understand their role and their position. Play your position. Stop having penis envy and trying to compete with us. And everybody play your role, and then the community will rock out.
Well,
it'll be a beautiful thing.
Well said, Trey. Well said.
Most definitely.
Thank you, dear. Thank
you. Y'all have a good night. I hope there's a part 2.
I DM'd you something, Trey.
Okay, I'll look at it.
All right.
All right, my brother.
Good night.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Gentlemen, we are going to wrap this up pretty soon. We are going to make a part 2. Initially, I wanted to go through the questions. I didn't make it through them all, but I wanted to go through the questions, and I wanted to do like a role play. And I had some profiles set up where you can essentially play certain characters and add your own spin to it as far as vetting and courting for marriage. But we'll do that next week. Did anyone want to add anything before we go?
Well, you ladies, y'all doing your thing up here. I ain't gonna lie, man. If I don't catch it doing the live shows, I do a replay when I'm at work and stuff like that, man. And I'm very proud of y'all, man. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you all for
Yeah.
gracing us with your presence.
But sis, before we even go to the next one we have 3 scenarios, 3 different types of the women and 3 different scenarios for the men. So we will need
our profiles.
Yeah, profiles. We will need 3 men and we will need 3 sisters.
Word.
Yes.
Word.
This is gonna be fun. So I'm letting y'all know ahead of time. So when we come back on, don't be surprised. We need some participation up in this mug.
Yes, and we're gonna have scenarios, and I'm not gonna reveal too much, but if you're interested, get in contact with us. Let's see.
They can get in contact with you.
I guess this will BMU. Yeah, the BMU.
Through BMU, or either you can go through I'm sorry, sis, or you can I don't know if they have your email address.
Yeah, let me drop mine in the back chat. Yeah, because I have the PDFs.
Oh,
so if you're interested,
and I will put mine in it too.
Okay.
Mine is real simple, y'all.
And I hope you have you 3 butter next week, because we need that 3 butter up in here.
No doubt. Absolutely.
Expecting you, JT.
Yeah, man. Look, I'm trying to get to August. Shoot, I've been out here working my butt off, man. Okay, I got you.
yeah, there's my email, and I can send you the profile. And come dressed to impress. And what did I say? Dress to impress and prepare to play mental chess.
Okay.
They got a dress?
I mean, you're courting for marriage. So however you would like to present yourself.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. I'm definitely coming.
BMU, if you're
I
hearing
would,
this,
I would like
you
to
clip
think you
these
want to
shows.
impress your potential spouse.
Exactly. we need all
There'll be comedy.
That's gonna be fun. I put my email in there for you guys too as well.
Got you.
JT, I'm gonna be rooting from you. I'm gonna be rooting for you from the clouds, brother. I'm gonna be rooting for you. Yeah, for real.
Oh boy, Ekene, it's been a pleasure. Nice to meet you.
Ekene, you met Ekene face to face?
I would say
No, I'm just seeing her for the first time. I've never seen her before.
I would say Ekene is our residential culturalist for Nigeria, because he have more insight about Nigerian culture than I do. So you can pick his brain more than me.
I don't go to church.
You say you don't go to church?
You don't go to church.
I'm an African spiritualist,
Oh,
which means I believe in worshiping God through the ways of my ancestors.
So he understands the culture much deeper and much richer than I do. So that's why I say he's like a walking library. So you want to pick his mind about African culture, their way of life and way of living. He's the one guy I could think you can go to and ask more questions concerning the family dynamic and how they operate.
Okay.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you, sir, for coming to rock with us tonight. We really appreciate your presence. We appreciate Trey Berg. JT, you already know what's up.
Most definitely.
Trey Taylor, you be giving us a run for our money, but he put in a lot of points tonight. Thank you, sir, for coming. Take heed, sis. You know we love you. Thank you, sis, for coming in with your with everything that you came in with. Me and Take Heed speak upon the same things, which is cool. So I really love that. So I like when she comes in and give her perspective as well.
And next time you may need Lawson Translation up in here.
It's Alexis.
Oh, Alexis and Mr. Payne. Thank you all.
And Mr. Payne, yes.
Sorry.
Correction, you mean R. Panderson.
No, Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
He gonna get y'all for say he gonna get you, Black David.
He is.
I did 2 years on this network being wrote about all you guys. It's his turn now.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, well, you got a point there, brother.
And
Okay, then.
also special thanks to a lot of people that came out that's in the chat that cooperated, that's talking and keeping engagement going. Thank you all for coming in with me and Sis and dealing with our shenanigans tonight. We actually had fun, but we having that part 2, y'all. Please show up.
Yes.
Now that one's gonna be a doozy. We thought it was gonna be tonight, but this was so good, and we got everybody's perspectives and everything like that, which was cool.
You see, David only had a few questions this time, and I didn't get through them all.
I know, and I told you it will last longer than what it expected because this is something that we need in our Black community because
Awesome.
the
Yes.
vetting skills have been long and gone for a long while.
We
We need to
gotta
bring it back and update it. So
start from scratch essentially.
That's what it is. Vetting is starting from scratch. Everybody want to come with a representative and not coming out with the truth of the, their true self and
bingo.
stuff like that. And that's why a lot of relationships don't last because you came up with that phony persona about yourself. And then when I'm talking about on the women part, and then when you get with these men that actually want to marry you, they see some stuff like, wait a minute, this not what you brought to me. All of a sudden, you was this beautiful woman, and now you a dragon. Like, what the hell is going on? That's why y'all gotta vet these women. I mean, please vet them, y'all, because I'm so sick and tired of these men getting the short end of the stick.
Word.
Like I speak because I'm a woman, true enough, but I'm not part of the sister code. I never have been. I'm just gonna speak facts on it. Women, we need to do better. If you want a man, you say you want a real man, be a real woman. You want a traditional man, be a traditional woman.
Word.
That's what I can say on that one.
All right.
And I hope we draw more older women to this channel so we can be part of this podcast so we can have more intelligent and knowledge to keep together because it's needed.
Yeah, we have so much to learn from each other.
Yes. And I really appreciate the brothers coming out, showing out tonight. Y'all really helped us out.
We need y'all, regardless of what everyone else says. We do need y'all. Yes.
What other people say, because I have lots of brothers, and
and you have more here now.
I have a congregation of a lot of brothers from where because I know a lot of you guys know I'm an Israelite, so
okay.
So I have lots of brothers. So I'm for the brothers, y'all. I'm for the brothers. I've never been for the sisterhood. What I will do, I will rock with sisters that actually know their role, know their place, know like, look, I have to hold myself accountable. I can't put all the blame of a bad relationship on the man. I have to sit back and look like, what did I do? You know what I'm saying? Because it takes two to tangle. And a lot of people is just like, oh, it's all their fault. It can't just be their fault. You have to look within yourself and like, what did I do wrong? What I could have did differently. You know what I'm saying? So we really have to look self-accountability.
Self-reflection and the willingness to learn and improve. That's key.
Right.
All right, y'all.
Right. All right. Anyone
I appreciate you, ladies.
Anything else to say?
I mean, this is a unique space for us right now as Black people in America. We're addressing issues we never addressed before. And if they were addressed in a small capacity. And we're able to address these things in real time from coast to coast. So it's going to be, some digging. It's going to be some work. Those that are willing to put in the work will get the results that they desire. If not, like us all, we're going to age the hell out. I'm going to say it in the way I can say it. Listen, get your ass off the streets before you get some gray hairs on your private parts. Get the hell off the street. Get off the street. This shit, it's not fun. Just before they start turning gray, find somebody and make a deal. It'll work.
My husband just said the same thing you said earlier. We had that talk. He was like, because we was talking about how these older ones, we was talking about more Mari, right? She had to get out there before.
Yeah, you gotta do it.
Get out there before she turned gray down there.
Hey.
You know what, y'all? I never even thought about that when it came to gray hairs.
Well,
I always talk about up here.
It's gonna happen. So I just say get off the streets before then. Make a deal.
Okay, thank
Make a
you.
deal. That's all.
BMU, clip this, please. Clip this.
It's coming.
Oh, man, but it's true though. It's true. Y'all need to get yourselves together because
I'm thinking do people diet?
Yeah, they don't want to be mothers anymore.
They died.
Some of them do.
They died. That's why they always going to get waxed all the time.
Oh yeah. They don't want to be mothers no more. They don't want to be older mothers. They want to be young, 20.
Oh,
They don't even want to be 25.
They be scorching that gray away, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Oh man.
What?
Just get off the streets. Make a deal. Make a deal. It'll work.
How are they gonna get off the street if they belong to the street?
But hey, listen. It's a whole group of young women who haven't even gotten to that space.
Yeah.
I know they don't even want the young ones there. They're competing against the young ones.
But listen. My glass is always half full, not half empty. That's how I approach it. It's always
right.
half full. And it's a lot of young people who want people to tell them what to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not everybody's built for that.
Yeah.
However, if you are and you're looking to create that, to me, generational wealth for yourself, invest in those who are less fortunate than you.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's the right thing to do. Not
It's the
everybody
right
has
thing
to
to
do it. But you find somebody 17, 18 who's been through the worst and they're crying out for help. Those are the ones that I found joy and found peace and found fortitude as far as being able to propel my life, because helping them as young adults prevented them from robbing y'all, from taking y'all lives, from doing something that devastated the community. So again, to each his own. Not everybody's built for it. Not everybody cares. But think about it. When you was in high school, we was a lot uglier than we are today. And somebody said, you can do it. Somebody said, you gonna do it. And they didn't negotiate that shit with you. And they ain't give a damn if you cried. We have those people close to us. We just have to invest. So understand our level of engagement and move accordingly. Because if not, that shit will come back on us at some point. So.
Exactly.
If not directly to us, to our children, our grandchildren.
Mm-hmm. It always trickle down. It always trickle down. If we don't stop the generational curses, especially because and I'll leave this brief. Like, I grew up differently, although I had both my parents. When it came down to when I got married and I had my children, I did everything differently. It was, what you do is you when you get a family, the things that you learned and the things that you lacked in that family as you was growing up, you have that obligation to change it with your own family. And a lot of people don't think about that. They think, oh, this is how it was done with me, so I'm gonna do the same with my child. But they don't know they actually hurting their generations and they actually hurting their children.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to make a correction because Trey said something earlier before he left. He said that I think he misquoted me. So what I was trying to say is this: when I'm not saying that the children shouldn't do basketball or football. I said that when you build a team, instead of building basketball and football, build this team and then build the basketball and football around and court around it. You see what I'm saying? That's what I was trying to say. You don't eliminate those because there's always going to be leisure. If not, their head is going to explode. So they have to find a place to decompress. That decompression happens at the basketball and football, but they cannot be decompressing all the time. You see what I'm saying?
They need that.
Yeah. He understood what you were saying. He was just saying making the STEM and other things the priority. Yeah. We need that. We need them all. We need them all. Understand.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Love you, gentlemen. Love you all. Enjoy your evening. Hopefully I'll see you again soon. We'll see you again soon. Thank you for joining us.
Next week, y'all. Come on.
All right.
Want to see
y'all.
David. Good night, y'all.
All right. Peace out, y'all.
All right. Shalom, everybody.